Do. All right, let's dock this thing. Well, maybe not. All right, I think the stream's live. I gotta test it to make sure. Setting things up. Boy, the market just friggin' went straight up. I got a little bit of a trade on, but my word, I could have gotten a lot more from that. I usually don't trust the pre-market. That's why I take profits pretty quickly on pre-market. Um, Here, let me check content live. Let's see, this thing is actually live. I think we are. I think we're good to go. Let me check analytics. Make sure it's on low latency. We got about a 3 to 5 second delay, to be quite honest. So, um, that's not analytics. We need to go to the other one. It's on ultra low latency, so we're good on that. About 2 minutes. Stream health is excellent. Okay. Let's see if we can't. Yeah. So if we look at the 1 minute, I mean, the 1 minute, if you look at the 1 minute, we had a 49.32 contracts kickoff, then we kind of sold back off. We bounced off the order flow bar moving average. I mean, we've just been, I got in here, right up in here. I got in, then I got out up in here, up in this area. But man, that was a heck of a move. And then we had 84 and 48 contracts kick off, and then we broke that, and then we just kind of went on up. We had a nice move upward. You had the inside bar right there, and then, uh, yeah, this is, I just don't trust morning moves, though, to be quite honest. Just don't trade pre-market that much with the futures. Right up here, okay, we got a double stacked imbalance right here. We got some liquidity up there at 25,000. They may be running for 25,000. They could possibly be running for 25,000. Do. Let's see. Download. Make sure that link works, and it does. Okay. Also, there is a version of order flow pulse. We're at dot .6 version of order flow pulse. We're at dot .6 version. That was a last night was a refactor of the code, and I'm thinking that everything is going to be looking pretty decent. Here, let's look at the futures. I'm on the June contract, and the reason I'm on the June contract is because I'm looking at March 16th, and the June was 440,000. Okay, so the volume yesterday was really nice, and that's why I switched over. I thought it would be pretty nice, so that I switched over to the June contract. Also, if we look at right here, if we look at Qualcomm increases quarterly cash dividend and announces new $20 billion stock repurchase authorization. That happened 9 o'clock, so that kind of pushed it up a little bit more as well. So that is what we're dealing with this morning. That is what we are dealing with this morning. We have, right now I have the imbalance of 3 times more buy sell, and then the levels of 3. So right now, because maybe I should switch this to 4, to be quite honest, because I have that for the 5 minute. Let's switch that over on the 4. Okay. I have it tick merged to 4 because the NQ likes to travel pretty quickly. I have the minimum volume of set to 2. Minimum volume is for the bars to show up. Large orders for NQ June contract, large orders are set to 30. So in order for the bubbles to show up, these bubbles right here, these are one order contract. These are one order with all the contracts. So that's just one execution of the orders. So we had one execution of 32 contracts for 49 contracts. Then we had something like, I don't know how much that was. 51 and 48. Okay. 51 and 48. We'll just tick merge this. We got 105 resting orders up in here. So you got 105 resting orders right up in here. We might actually go for that area right there. We might actually go for that area right there. We don't know. We could possibly go for it. If we look at the 5 minute, if you look at the 5 minute right here, the 5 minute is pretty bullish as well. The 5 minute is pretty bullish. We got 25,000. You got all them resting orders. So I'd be careful at that level. I'd be careful at that level. Okay. Financial juice. We got this. We could possibly be traveling to that 2,500 and test it. Right now, if you look at the 5 minute, the 5 minute was looking pretty good. 5 minutes looking pretty good. We had a nice P shape right up in here. I need to code me a drawing tool. We had a run up and you had a nice distribution there up at the top. You had high positive delta up at the top, and then we broke that. Then we had this ledge right here, and we came down. And then we're keep running, and we just keep running up. We're running up on thin volume. We're running up on thin volume on this 5 minute. If you look right here is the 5 minute right here. I have that tick merged to 4, so each bar is 1 point. And some selling's coming in a little bit, but we just keep pushing up on low volume. They'll probably smack the 25,000 and probably drift back down. Who knows? But they going for the 25 before pre-market. And they tagged the 25, and we got 39 fill on that. We got 39 fill on that, 39 contracts on the fill. They tagged the 25,000. The plunge protection team is in full force, folks. The plunge protection team is in full force. Let's look at the daily right here. Let's look at the daily. The daily for the past month, we've just been up, down, up, down, up, down. We've just been a bunch of slop for the past month. No trending market, no nothing. We're just in a balanced market area. The plunge protection team is in because we were down up in here. We were getting ready to sell off, and they just pushing this market right back up. We hit 25,000. They could push this market up to 25,500. Who knows? But the plunge protection team is in. They ain't letting this baby go down. They ain't letting it go down, folks. They ain't letting it go down without a fight. Without a fight. We passed the 25,000 mark down in here. I said, yeah, we could probably, they're probably gunning for the 25,000. They hit 25,000 and they passed it. The plunge protection team is in full force, folks. During the financial collapse about a couple of decades ago, I think it was a couple of decades ago. When was the financial collapse? I was trading that too. They had a plunge protection team in full force there. It was just the government just slinging money around. Financial collapse of 2008. Yeah. 2008 was the financial collapse. That's what it was. But yep. I remember them days. That was some crazy stuff back then. I was slinging stocks too. I was swinging stocks and stuff. Friggin' stocks would just get, the market would get halted. Then it'd get, I mean, the market would get halted like a couple times a day. It was crazy back then. The plunge protection team for the government was in full force. Yeah, financial collapse. That was some crazy times back then. The financial collapse was some crazy times. I remember I bought a bank. It was an Ireland bank. Oh, it was dirt cheap. It was pennies, but they were trading way up there. It was one of the top ones over in Ireland, and I bought it. My uncle told me, "Are you stupid? I told you to stick with U.S. companies." And then I didn't put a lot in, but I lost it all. Uh, and my uncle told me, he's like, "I told you to stick with American companies." And then, back then it was, Sirius Satellite Radio. They were going for bankruptcy stuff or whatever, and, uh, my uncle said, "Well, I'm throwing some money in there. You ought to do the same." And he was teaching me how to trade stocks, how to swing trade stocks. I was like, "Oh, come on. They're in bankruptcy. They're going under." And he tried to explain to me, he's like, "Man, they ain't going under. They're in every single car manufacturer. They're not going under." And then, sure enough, it was money made. It was money made. My uncle was right. Of course, he'd been trading stocks for years. I guess his dad taught him. So we are definitely in rally mode this morning. We got about 7 minutes to the open. Uh, all right, that just went away. That is no good. That's no good. What is up with this thing? Uh, oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Didn't go. Folks, this is not going to be a good day. This is not going to be a good day. I already tell because look at this. I, I knew I fixed this. I knew I fixed this, but with some issues. But I was showing you the daily chart. And then all of a sudden, I'm looking over here at the order flow pulse. And then I look, I was like, where's my data? I thought I fixed that bug. I thought I fixed it. Where is it? And then I tried to right click and then I tried to reload Ninja script and it won't reload because there's no script on there because I was looking at the daily. I wasn't looking at the 1 minute. Everything's good. Oh, it could be a crazy day. I'm already losing my mind. I'm already losing my mind. Oh my word, we're up 20 points past 25,000. Daggone, I should have held that long. Mm. I got long down up in where was it? Where was it? Oh man. Oh, come on. I got long down at like 24 like 8:30, 24 8:30. I got long and I already sold it. Man, this was a banger that could have been a banger. And I only did one contract because I was thinking I ain't gonna get no runner. Folks, this is gonna be a crazy day, I think. This is gonna be a crazy day. All right, let's recenter this thing. We got some offers sitting up there at that 25 at 50, 25 250. You got some offers sitting up there. Let's go ahead and bring this bad boy back on down here. That's a little bit too much. We got some, yeah, let's do the resting orders there. On a 5 minute right here, on a 5 minute, let me recenter this. Sometimes you have to recenter that. And I think it's because I mess around with the time or something, or this right here, and then I don't recenter. Yeah, I'm gonna write the code to do that, even when you don't recenter if it goes too far. Actually, if it is recentered and it goes too far, it'll actually auto recenter. But I gotta add some logic when you mess with the time or something that it just keeps doing it. Why are you bugging me, Ninja Trader? Why are you bouncing up and down? Why are you bouncing up and down? Man, it's getting hot in this office. Hold on, I might have to open the window. Don't worry. Here, I'm gonna shut my office door a little bit. Got to make money. Got to make some money today. I'm just finishing up my pot of coffee, so I'm all jacked up ready. I'm all jacked up and ready. Let's go, folks. Let's go. What we got here? We got 5 minute right here. 5 minute. Look at that. Holy smokes. Look at that. I got in down up in here and then sold up in here, but look at that, and I didn't even have a runner on. I just slung a little bit of contracts in there this morning, but my word, man. I could have passed another eval. Could have had me about 5-6 funded accounts with Bullknocks. Oh well. Well, that eval account I got because I was stupid yesterday. Towards the end of the day, I was clicking buttons and I took a little bit of heat. I gave back some profits I made. I made over $1,000 in one eval, and I gave a little bit of it back. Gave about a few $100s of it back because my dumb little butt was clicking buttons at 3 o'clock. I don't know why, because I was bored. I was bored all day yesterday. Yesterday was. I don't know if anybody made any money, but I sure the heck really didn't. I lost a few hundred yesterday in the eval. It was just an eval because it was a slow day, so there's no way I was trading a funded account. I don't know if I'll trade a funded account today, but now that I talk about it, let me get that window up because this window is for an eval. Let me get another window up with one of my funded accounts here. Let me get a window up with one of my funded accounts here. Hopefully we can get some good trades today, but absolutely, this is not a signal service. This is educational purposes only. Do not take this as financial advice. You need to contact a financial advisor, to be quite honest. I'm just some crazy redneck that trades the market. Well, I didn't expect that. What a puke out. I didn't expect that. And plunge protection team just going right back up. Boy, that government is all over this thing, ain't it? The government's all over this thing. I don't know. I got to look into this. Don't take this as they so-called the gospel. Do not take this as the gospel. But my assumption, and I got to look into this. I got to research this. I'm wondering if the government gives these big institutions like, hey, we're giving you a slush fund. A slush fund. I don't know if this is true, but maybe they give them a slush fund. And they're like, hey, we can't let the market go down. So you got to use some of that slush fund we give you. And then the institutions, the big boys, be like, okay, we got to sell 10,000 contracts today. And then the market makers be like, yo, I'll buy some of that. And then the market makers hedge it. And then all of a sudden they do this kind of crap. I'm just saying. I don't know if it's true. I got to look into it. But I don't know. I'm just assuming that it's a slush fund. You know, because it's kind of like the government and the big institutions. You scratch my back, I scratch yours. It is what it is, folks. That's how money's made in America. All right. Market's open. Where we have to sit on our hands for a couple minutes. Market's open, folks. We got to sit on our hands. Don't do anything. We kind of pop down and then we pop back up. No, sirree. You got to sit on your hands, folks. Sit on your hands. We got resting orders up there at 25.050 at 050 at 0 half. 0 half. We got resting orders up here at 0 half. Now, I just say OHAP. I don't know if it's his exact number, but you can see the big old line right there that's kind of lit up. You see on the histogram, you got a big old cliff right there that you got a big old ceiling. It's the ceiling. Just think, are we going to hit that ceiling, boys? Ooh, we got 36. We ain't got very much, but look at all that persistent buying. Look at all that persistent buying on the way up there. Low, boy. Look at all that persistent buying up in there. We smacked that area. Mm-mm-mm. I hate to tell you, I don't think I would short this market for anything today. I don't know what they doing, but I would not short this market for anything today. No sirree. I do not know why I'm getting ready to click a button. We are 3 minutes into the open, but I have no idea. Uh, we have extended, we have deviated extremely from the order flow bar moving average. Um, we could get into a bounce area up here. We could get into a bounce area up here and then maybe pull down up in this area at 04, 030 maybe. Or they could just slam this thing down and run it 100 points, 200 points downwards. We have no idea what these nutbag institutions are going to do, or the nutbag market makers. We have no idea what they're going to do. We just got to somehow just follow along, follow the orders, figure out what they're doing. Yesterday they did selling. Wow, I should have clicked that button, shouldn't I? I guess I didn't. Oh well. I really need to get the. There's an update for order flow pulse. There's an update. Point six. There's an update. It's a pretty big update too. You really might not see anything visually. It was all back end code that I kind of refactored last night. Uh, I'll go over a little bit. We have a big uh, floor right here at 0500. I'm going to say big. It's 36 contracts. It ain't big. It ain't big, folks. It ain't big. It's only 36 contracts. Then they slung around 30, but down in here they slung around about 100 or some, I think, up in this area. Up in this area, yeah, it was about about 100, 130 contracts they slung around. So if we sell off, we got this area which we could break pretty easily, but this 940 area right up in here is definitely support because that's where they were interested in buying, and that's when they took out those shorts right there. Um, but sit on your hands at least for the first 5-10 minutes. We got a big sell order, 35 contracts that kicked off, and that's one execution of 35 contracts. That's one execution of 35 contracts. Uh, okay. I was just wondering. Let me recenter this. I thought something was up in the background. All right. Uh, we got some offers up there at 085. At 085, we got some offers resting. We got some people sitting on the bid right here at 050. They got filled. They're selling 50 contracts. They're slinging a little bit more size around, slinging a little bit more size around. But I really would not try and short this market. You could go down, but like I say, you're right here on a raging market that we're sloping upwards on the order flow bar moving average. Me personally, I don't try and short this type of market. Now, could it dump 100, 200 points? Absolutely. But the odds are not in my favor with me trying to short when the order flow bar moving average is going straight up like this. I just don't try and do it. Counter trend trading is not my strength. Trend following and picking up the crumbs from the big dogs slinging size around is my cup of tea. Now, well, I get stupid every now and then and try and do it. Yeah, like right now, I'm thinking about it. Every now and then, I get stupid. but I gotta get my little pea brain thinking again. Be like, don't you be clicking that sell button on a raging market. Don't you be clicking no button on a raging market like that. We're just setting up a big old bull flag right there. We kind of ran up. We kind of bouncing around. We got some sell orders right here. As you can see right here, we got some sell orders right there. Um, so the buyers and sellers are battling out here at 050. Okay, they're just battling it out, and we got to let them battle it out. When you close below the order flow bar moving average, and then it flatlines and starts sloping downwards on the next candle, that's when you can start taking your shorts. You're not trying to get the whole move. You're just trying to get a piece of the pie. You're not trying to get a 100, 200 point move. You're just looking to get like 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 10, 20, 30 points, to be quite honest. You're not looking to get the whole move. Will you get the big move sometimes? Get yourself 50, 100 points? Absolutely. But you're not looking for it. It just happens. When it happens, it feels good. Oh, see what I'm talking about? I want to be shorting this stinking market. Where are we at on the daily? Yeah, if you look at the daily, look at this. On the daily, this is where we're at, folks, right here on the daily. We just in the middle of slop for the past month. It's just been slopping around, consolidating for the past month. Uh, we're right in the middle of the slop. It's really hard to trade this area, to be quite honest. See what I talk about? I wouldn't try to short this market. If you tried to short here and it just went 30 points up, yeah. I I'm not. We got a sell and bounce right there of like a 4 times more selling than buying with level of 3, but then it just went away. It just went away. You saw that little yellow bar right there? That's a sell and bounce right here. Let me recenter that. Let me recenter this. That's a sell and balance. Let's look at the 5 minutes, see how that is stacking up. 5 minute, look at that. The 5 minute, that's what the 5 minute is looking like. That is what the 5 minutes looking like. That's a raging market right there. Just sit on your hands, people. If you come here to see me always in the trade clicking buttons, that's not how it is. You have to go watch somebody else. I'm here to try and teach people how to survive. All right, we got some resting orders at 050. They've been sitting there for a while. We got some offers sitting up there at 25 100, like 096 100. We got some folks. We got it just sitting here. So if you get a big large buy order and you go in on that break, you got resistance up here at 096 100. So you got to think about that. The market has extended quite big. This was a run up. That was a little micro pullback right there. Are we going to lose this area right here? Are we going to lose that area? Are we going to lose that area? We got some volume kicking in, and you got some people sitting on the bid down there a little bit. So this is what the market does. This is basically, if you go to like ChatGPT and say, explain auction market theory, okay, this is basically what the market does. It opened up, it found value to the upside, and then we're in a bounce market. Now, we don't always stay in a balanced market, but we could be in a balanced market for 5 minutes, or we could be in a balanced market for an hour. We have no idea. What we do know is that FOMC, if you come over here, FOMC rate statement, uh, right here, financial juice at 2 o'clock, FOMC rate statement, okay? That is tomorrow. So what are they going to do? Are they going to run the market up, find value to the upside, and just be in a balanced market all day, or are they just going to just smoke this thing up all day long? We have no idea. So I was expecting today. Yesterday was extremely boring, That's why I lost a few $100 on an eval because I got stupid. Uh, Towards the end of the day, I got stupid and started clicking buttons. And I told myself, look, you took a loss. Just don't be trading. You always trade from 8:30 to 11:30, and if you make money, you don't give it back. But I didn't make any money because it was extremely slow, and then I got stupid towards the last hour. Even me trading for 10 years in Q, I get stupid. Uh, so if we look at this on a 1 minute, if we look at this, if we lose this edge right here, this 050, and we start taking this out right here, this low, if you see the orders, that are not stacking on the bid like large orders, then we could possibly try and get a short off of this. We have a sell and balance right there. We don't have it on the other one because there's some different logic up in there that I'm using for the. It's still diagonal uh, and balance, but there's just different logic I'm using on the back end. Let's recenter this thing. We got them offers are still sitting up there at 095. It looks somewhere around there. 095. Where are they? We got 76 at 095. At 095, you got 76 uh, offers just sitting there. 74 offers just sitting there. Okay. I did an update. We're at point 0.6. That was a pretty big update. I'm trying to stay focused to see what we got here. Yeah, so we're seeing a bunch of price action, a balanced market right here. We got thin volume on the previous 1 minute with some pretty thick volume, but the selling kind of was a little bit more. Each bar right here, because I am tick bending this, tick merging 4 ticks. So it's basically each bar is 1 point. So each bar is 1 point. And I'm expecting if we lose this area right here, if we can get some volume to the downside, maybe we can get a little sell off, break that ledge right here where this is, because you got more large sellers. You got about 80 sell contracts there and about 36 here. So I'm thinking if we actually break this area, we could possibly catch a short. But that's counter trend trading because we are definitely going up, which means you'll have to be quick with your stops. Be quick with your stops. Be quick to move to a break even. Try to get yourself a runner. Right now, we're in a balanced market. We could break this and find value up here to 25,100. We do not know. Right now, we're moving up on thin volume. That's thin volume. Okay, that is some pretty thin volume. Now we're starting to fill out a little bit more. Now we're starting to fill out a little bit more. And the thing is, if you I don't know what that was. That account is not locked. Oh man, I missed the trade because I don't know what that son of a what is that? Order block can't be submitted. Account's not connected. Oh my word, you Bulldogs and your friggin' crap. I was connected, and now you're telling me not? Son of a mother lover. It was red. Let me bring up Trading View and make sure I'm actually even on the son of a Bulldogs and this rhythmic stuff, and these prop firms does this stupid crap. This is ticking me off. I missed a damn trade. I was connected this morning, taking it just fine. We're at 017, we're at 017. Yeah, that's perfectly fine. What do you mean you weren't connected? You were connected. All right, calm down. So what? You missed the trade. There's other ones. Son of All right, I am really pissed now, but I gotta calm down. All right, there was a reason why I was trying to get into this trade. Okay, we were in a bounce market. We were in a bounce market all right here. We had thin volume right here. We were moving to the top of this area right here on this candle right here. I really need to coat me a drawing tool. When you do an add-on, drawing tools are not there. When I right click, nothing's here, and nothing's up here. NinjaTrader doesn't give you anything when you code your own add-ons. I had some large volume up here picking up more than down here. That was thin volume that was picking up. So what I was thinking of getting in at 078, maybe 080. Let's just round it out to 080, okay? At 080, and my stop would be down in here about 070. So maybe about a 10-point stop. And then I was looking to see if they would test this area at 095. Okay, so that would have been like 15 points. But unfortunately, Bullnox wanted to disconnect, and NinjaTrader did not tell me disconnected because it really wasn't disconnected. It's just somehow Bullnox was not connected. But on the main window, it looked like it was connected, but that little green dot was not green, it was red. So that was I guess it's my fault. I don't know. But that was the reason why I was getting ready to take it. Board today is not looking very good. Already there's an F up. I'm green for today pre-market because I got a little bit of the move pre-market, but this would have been nice to get myself a nice 20 or 30 pointer. Uh, oh well. It is what it is. We got to move on, folks, move on. All right, let's look at the 5 minute here. Let's look at the 5 minute. What we got here on a 5 minute, we got a stacked and bounce right there on the 5 minute. Four times more buyers than sellers, and level of 3. It's a small stacked and balanced area right there. We got a 5 minutes looking like a P shape. Okay, that is definitely bullish right there. But if we lose this area right here, if we lose this area right here around 105, we start losing that area, we come down here and test that imbalance, and then come down here and test this area. So you got to be careful when you start losing that ledge, like right now, it's right at it. When you start losing this, it could come down pretty quickly down into this area. Now, in a 5 minute, if you really want to, you can look at the 1 minute, and when you come down to this area, since that is a buy and balance area, you could try and go long on the bounce of that, but you got to look at the 1 minute and try to get yourself an entry. Look at that. Now we have a sell and bounce. So we got a lot of volume kicking up in there. We really need to, you see how it came down here and then bounced off of it? See, if you come down and you try to get in there, you got to understand your next support area would be down there at 080. So that's about 15 points. So if you come off of this and you get a bounce, as soon as you're green like 10 points, what I like to do is just move to a break even, okay, and try to get myself a run. All right. I might sell one contract and try to get myself a runner. That's what I like to do. As you can see, we came down to this area right here, but we got a lot of sell volume right here. So that is a little hard to swallow, to be quite honest. And once you start losing this buy area right here, up here, you had some more volume. We couldn't break any, and we got some thin volume. Then you might just want to move to a break even. Take yourself like a 10 pointer and move to a break even. You got to protect your capital so you can keep trading. Okay. And you got to think we have extended quite a bit, but the problem is what people do is when the market rallies they try to short the highs, and then they say, "Well, it can't go no higher," and then it does. And then they blow up an account, and then say, "Well, it can't go no higher," and it does. And then on the 3rd or 4th account, they finally catch something like this with a sell-off, okay? They finally catch something like this on a sell-off, and then, they might pass an eval. But they might blow 2 or 3 counts doing it. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, some of them make money doing that, and that's perfectly fine. If that's your cup of tea, that's perfectly fine. What I'm looking at right here is all this volume right up in here. We gotta break through that volume right up in there. So we might actually uh, close down, and we might close down below the, like we did, we closed below the order flow bar moving average, but then again, here, let me bring this over so I can just flip it. Uh, what we might do is we might close below that, but if we break this area right here, we need to go down. But the problem is you got all that volume right there. You got all that volume. That's the same volume we're looking at on a 5 minute. Okay. If you look at the 5 minute, we lost that ledge and we came down to here. Like I said, if we lose that ledge, we'd come down to here. That's what we did. And that's where your support is. Like I said a few minutes ago, that is your support. And look at us. We're bouncing off of it. Okay. Um, I mean, it is what it is. I had to reconnect because stinking Bullnox was, uh, screwed me. So it is what it is, I guess. Don't sweat the small crap, and everything is a small crap, I guess. Um, so we're starting to lose that area right there. Here, let me take this window and boy, this actually might be the best way to stream. I'm not sure. I'm still trying to figure out the best way to stream. Um, we got some resting offers up here at 100 right here. You got some resting offers right there. You got some large resting offers up in there too, probably. It looks like it ain't too large, not too large. But yeah, it is what it is, folks. It is what it is. Um, are we gonna run up here and take this out? Who knows? We might run this up and take it out. We gotta run this up, take it out. Who knows? Are you gonna keep running? I mean, we don't know what's gonna happen. We do know that we got some buying persistence right there. You got a little bit of buying persistence. Do, 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 do. You got a little bit of buying persistence. We're starting to flatline a little bit on the order flow bar moving average. We're starting to flatline. We got some large orders sitting on there at 108. At 108, you got some large orders just sitting there at 108. So who knows what's going to happen? We got some orders filling out there. Um, I just froze. What the heck? Okay, I just froze. What's up with the internet? I don't know if I'm still streaming or not, but I just froze. I guess, Mark, I guess I'm still good to go. I have no idea. Market froze on me a little bit. Connect your encoder to go live. You son of a bitch. All right. I guess I guess we're still live. I have no idea. What the heck? It's crazy. Yeah, I don't know if I'm still streaming or not. I'm just trying to manage my crap. I All right. It says I'm still live. I don't know what the heck. This streaming stuff and trading at the same time has got to be crazy. It says connect your encoder. All right. All right. I don't know. Okay. We're starting to lose that area right there. We're starting to lose that area. Hopefully, we can catch a short one down. The 5 minute we're really filling out on the 5 minute. That ain't looking too good right there. That ain't looking, boy, they are really propping this crap up today. They are just really propping this crap up. Look at that. They are just propping this thing up to, this is just getting ridiculous. I mean, you can't take a trade in here. You cannot take a trade in here. Not at all. You just can't take a trade. I mean, they are really playing games today. I mean, they are playing some major games today. We got FOMC meeting tomorrow, so this is not, I mean, we don't know what's going to happen. FOMC meeting can be a little nutty sometimes. Um, we got expiration week. We got FOMC. I mean, it can be, yeah, my cursor's right here. Um, it's kind of off the stream a little bit. We're filling out on the 1 minute. The 5 minute, we got the 5 minute is just forming an inside bar. Um, they're just playing some really stupid games today. Excuse me, you got to be kidding me. How in the world? Oh my lord! But boy, this is a crazy day. This is just a crazy day. All right, I got to switch account. Somehow, when Bullnox disconnected me, reconnected me, they threw me into the Sim 101. and I'm sitting there trying to get ready for a short because I'm thinking we can move down. I just really need to be able to see the break of this. We're filling out. The problem is we can if we get this, if we can get this, I I don't like the games they're playing because they can run this thing right back up. So I'm just going to take a small winner. Yeah, I'm just going to take a small winner just to try and bounce this account back up. Um, I got to reset something real quick. Uh, I don't know why they did that. I don't know why they did that. This is crazy. Uh, somehow, all right. Well, I'm making back some of that money I lost in that eval yesterday. So why did I take this trade? And then I might get back in, uh, but we're filling out pretty heavily on the buy side. Plus, I didn't want to. I mean, if you're in this, that's great. Your stop is up here. The sell and bounce right there is kind of high. Uh, Plus, if you look at this candle right here, this is where they pumped it right back up, and they pumped it up with speed, and that's with expiration week and FOMC meeting. I just locked in just a few points. Just I was trying to look for a dump. I was only on one contract, and I was looking for a dump. Um, the thing is, I tried to get in here, and then see what they're doing. That's why. This is why when I saw the persistent selling, the reason I got in is because I saw the little dots, the persistent selling, and that's telling me there was 2 ticks down with a minimum volume of 10. Okay, I think that's how I have it set. Yeah, 2 and 10. So, wow, this is something's. I don't know why that is the way it is. Here, let me close this out. See if that helps. That helps. Okay. See what I'm talking about? Where they run this thing right back up? Come on. No, I didn't want to do that. Um, Let me bring this over here. So they're just, let me switch this to 5 minutes. Okay. So the 5 minute, if you look at the 5 minute right here, the order flow bar moving average on a 5 minute is just sloping upwards. It's just raging upwards. Okay. So you try to get a short here, and I was looking for a dump, but the problem is we were definitely in a counter trend trade on a 5 minute. That's why that stop was so tight. And then I saw a little bit of money. I was like, okay, so I got in here, but you're counter trend trading. You're trading against the trend on the 5 minute. It's sloping upwards on a 5 minute on the order flow bar moving average. It's sloping upwards. We came right down there to the 053 area, and we just kind of kissed that area and bounced off of it. That's why when I saw the persistent selling right here, those little dots, and I get in, I see the persistent selling, and we start flushing a little bit. I moved my stop right at that persistent selling because if we break that, we can just come right back up here to the 1 minute. But the 5 minute, you're counter trend trading. Okay. And like I always say, it's hard to counter trend trade. That's why on the 5 minute order flow bar moving average is sloping upwards. If this is sloping upwards, you really do not want to be trying to catch any shorts. Okay. You really don't want to be trying to catch them. I try to catch them because I'm disciplined enough uh, to get out of a trade, and when I get like 10 points, I just move my stop up because I just want to pay for slippage and commission. I mean, I made a little bit. I think it was like I think I made 5 points. I mean, who cares? That's $100. I mean, I could have made a lot more if it would have flushed down to like 50 points. Yeah, if it would have broke that order flow bar moving average, that would have been nice. So I tried to put a little risk on. Once I got it, I moved it up pretty quickly to pay for some slippage, get a little bit of profit, not much. Um, but would I try it again? No, I'm not going to try it again because they've already proven on this bar right here when I was looking to go short, they've already proven they just ran it right back up. Okay, and we tried it on this bar. They ran it right back up. Now the persistent uh, selling right there went away because I only show those dots like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Only 5 bars back will I show the persistent buying and selling. And the reason for that is just it's not needed to be taking up all the resources to paint all that stuff on here. That persistent selling is really only good for for just a couple minutes, to be quite honest. It's what I used to do when I traded the Dom. I used to trade persistent selling when we would tick up, and then I would trade off the Dom, and that's how I would look for it. So I just wrote the code to actually look for what I used to look for on the Dom trading. Uh, would I try and go short again? Probably not, because look at this. I mean, if you look at this, this is what we've been doing pre-market. I got a little bit up in here and got some money on the pre-market. Boy, what was it a runner though? I didn't have a runner. I only threw in one contract to get me a little bit to get this account back to green. That I kind of yesterday around 3 o'clock, I started clicking buttons, and then I got a eval account down a few $100, and then today I got it back. Um, that was stupid of me, but hey. All traders do stupid stuff. Okay, we really got a flush down. We got a stack selling balance, but then it went away. We really got a flush down because you're looking at this. If you're looking at this, we got a selling balance right there on order flow bars. They're different. I'm using different logic for the pulse stacked and balance on the back end. Um, we're starting to get into this area. So what I really need to see on a 5 minute, we look at the CVD. I mean, 5 minute, previous 5 minute was negative 143. We've got a current delta of negative 80. What I really need to see is a close. I need to see the candle close below. On a 5 minute candle, it needs to close below the order flow bar moving average for me to even think about a short. I know some people are thinking, well, why not just go ahead and short now and you'll try to get a move? Well, you don't know if you're going to get the move. If you do try to short, yeah, you could get a nice move. But I need confirmation, to be quite honest. I really need confirmation. I mean, this does look like a good short. We got persistent selling. We got stacked and balance area. It looks like a good short, but the problem is this candle right here is looking at the persistent selling, but this candle is not showing you everything. Okay, we got stack sell and bounce right there. It's getting taken away. Okay, it's getting taken away. Whoops. I really need to see a close below this. Okay, I really need to see a close below this. This is an eval account. If it comes up here, I mean, who knows? I really need to see a flush of this. That green is not what I want to see. That green is not what I want to see. I'm trying to get a flush. We might get it, we might not. Looks like we're not going to get it. We could just be bouncing around. You don't want to be trading funded accounts today, folks, because it's a day before FOMC meeting. It's a week of expiration. I mean, this is could get crazy. I really need to trade this if it closes an inside bar instead of like right now. I really need to just go ahead and we got stack selling and bounce. We got nothing on the books down in here, so we should be good. We got nothing on the books down here. Let me put my stop right there. Yeah, I ain't going. Whoa! I just don't like how it just really didn't flush that hard. I didn't like how it didn't flush that hard. We have stack sell and bounce right here. Now, if I really would have paid attention, could have gotten this move right here and probably got yourself 10 points. Okay. Uh, wait a minute, up here, but nah, you really can't break that. You can get in right here, but you really got to get your yeah. See what I'm talking about? Expiration week, FOMC meeting. It just a little wacky. You got some large volume up in this candle right here. So that's why I just got out. I mean, it could flush more. Let's see what happens. We got the 5 minute right here. If we close below this in the next couple minutes, if we close below this, like in the next minute, uh, that which it looks like we're going to do, we might be able to get another short that actually will work out really decent. We might get a short that actually works out really decent. Just don't like how it's not really breaking down off of this. And you got all this persistent buying right here. And you got high delta right there. This candle right here, previous 1 minute was 232 delta. You know, and that's what I always talk about. You got to look at the delta, and now it's going negative. We might get a nice flush. There we go. So if you got in here and you held it, good job. We got some resting orders at 25,000. We got to close below right here. We got to close below, which is nice. Now we can start looking. If we bounce up, you can start looking. So in this right here, if you get in on this short right here at like 044 and you're at 024, that's a nice 20 points right there. Uh, we're filling out green, got the red that flipped. You gotta look at the current delta. We're at positive 50. So if you're in this short right here, if you got short right here, and we start breaking up in this area, you got about 20 points. But if the delta starts climbing, you gotta probably take some of your profits. We could come up here to 040 and could come up here to 040 and then bounce off the moving average. You got the 5 minute. Uh, the 5 minute is starting to slope down. So that's good. So I got that other account back. Let me switch it. Let me switch. There we go. So you had a stacked sell and bounce right there, and then another one right there. And when we break this area right here, we didn't have any large buyers up in this area, so that's good. Uh, we had a little sell off, a little bounce up, 30 contract sell. We closed above it, but the order flow bar movement average is sloping down. You got a nice short right there. Uh, I just got out way too early because I just don't trust it with FOMC tomorrow. I just don't trust it. They could run it right back up. I just didn't trust it. We got a nice buy and balance right up in here. So you really need to be taking profits. If you're in that short, you need to be taking profits down here and moving to a break even because we're trading above the order flow bar moving average. We have 40 contracts that kicked off. You had a small buy and balance area right here. Uh, we didn't make a lower low on that 1 minute right here. We got a lot of green up in here with volume. It was low volume down in here. We got some good volume up in here. You probably, I mean, that slight move right there was probably 5-10 points. But you got to think we're right here on the 5 minute too, and see right now if we reclaim this 5 minute order flow bar moving average, we closed above it on this candle. If we reclaim this area, man, I just wouldn't be shorting anymore. To be quite honest. See, that's why I got out early because I just don't trust it. Um, Expiration week, FOMC tomorrow. Um, I got the eval back to green that I clobbered yesterday, trading the last hour. I got that account back to green today, so now I switched to a different account. And that's what I do. I grind up accounts and then I just rotate them. I grind them up and rotate them. So it's 10:20. We've got more action than what I thought we would today, to be quite honest. I'm glad I got that eval back to green. Really need to work on uh, this funded account. I really need to get that to a payout, but I don't want to be trading this week doing it. I'll probably do it next week. So you saw a stacked buy and bounce right here. That's what that is. Whoops. That's what that is right there. this little green bar right there, it's just one. It's very it's really light. It's just one. It's not very thick. Uh, that is 4 times more buyers and sellers and stack level of 3. That is valid when you come down to it, but it was on low volume. So if you want to try and get on that trade, you can get in here, and then your support is right down in here because you got this area, that kind of thickly traded area in that 1 minute, and and we came down on low volume. So if you want, you can add to the trade, but you got to put your stop down here because if we lose this area, we're done. You could be moving back down. Uh, and right here, kind of thinly traded, thinly traded. We're just not really. We got offers sitting on the books up there. As you can see, it's kind of lit up a little bit. Um, with 30 or more orders, that's what it looks like. Large volume, the bubbles to show up has to be 30 or more. So if you do the resting orders of 30, that right there will show you where the resting orders are, that all the orders that equal up to 30. So not just one order of like 30, it calculates all the resting orders. Um, if you got in on this imbalance area right here, which we closed above the order flow bar moving average, uh, you really want to be uh, locking in, sell a little bit and lock in the profits. You really got to lock it in. So there is an update for this. Right here, you see that I'm on version 1.0.6. So I did throw up an update. No visual update, no new features. It's just I refactored some code, hoping like the live pulse mode. Uh, the live pulse mode. We go to NQ June 26, and you go to live pulse and you click apply. The live pulse is only going to keep like 5 minutes of data. Okay, well, we need to switch this to like 2. All right, you got some thick orders this coming in there. This is the live pulse mode. And what I've done with this, remember what I just said about locking in profits? Well, that's why. You have some resting offers up there, and you really need to lock in the profits. You really needed to lock them in once you saw. Once you saw this right here, that thick selling right there, if you got in here, let's say you cost average down here, maybe you added right there, you really need to get out. Okay, you really need to get out. You got to look at the volume. I mean, if you look at the 1 minute doesn't show you that. That bar does not show you that. It shows you persistent selling, which is nice, but it doesn't show you the volume, how large it was with the sellers. That's why the volume bars like this is really nice. Now we got a stacked volume balance. See, that would have faked me out because I would have been like, okay, I'm done selling some profits, uh, get out the rest of them, and then we kind of just run right back up. Expiration week, FOMC tomorrow, you really kind of have to take this with a grain of salt, to be quite honest. I mean, this is what we've done. Got the 930 open right here. We ran up. We market found value to the upside. We had a balanced market. Okay, we broke that. I think I got a little bit off on that trade. And then we had a balanced market, and then we just started drifting down to this area right here, and then we kind of sold off. Okay, if you look at the heat map, we sold off. We came down to this area right here, came down to this area where you had some buyers sitting there. And the resting orders is set to 30. And the large volume for the bubbles is set to 30. So the resting orders have to equal 30. We bounced off of that a little bit. Then we kind of came down here. We broke it. And then we came down here uh, to this area around 25,000. And then we just kind of traded up. And then we got that. I mean, and then what are we doing? We're just bouncing around. This might be the all we get today. Which, if that's all we get today, I'm fully happy with this. Because I got the other eval account back to green that I was crazy doing yesterday. So I'm happy with it. This is all we get. I'm cool. I'm fine. It's been a crazy day. Bullnox kind of disconnected me, but it showed the accounts were not disconnected because when it disconnects, all the accounts go away. But the bubble was red, so we had some connection issues, and then I tried to put on a trade, it wouldn't let me. That would have been a nice trade, and it's just when stuff starts happening like that, I just try to just tight stop and just move on. Um, I put the order flow pulse, you can't go back in history, okay? You just can't go back in history because it's live. I really don't think that's needed. We got some pretty big selling volume right up in that area, as you can see right there with that high delta right there in the red bar. Uh, we have some resting offers up there at 080 right there, resting offers right there. Got like 11 resting orders up in there. That ain't much. Resting orders is 10. Yeah, that's fine. The live pulse is only going to keep like 5 minutes of data and then I drop it off. It was keeping a lot more and it wasn't needed because it just can't be seen. Um, so I dropped that off because it was just resource hog. It was just using up resources that it didn't have to use up. And I also did refactored the code because when you opened up order flow pulse and you did, let's say the mode, let's say you did a 1 minute, like this bar, it opens up 1 minute and then you open up another window 5 minute. Well, what it would do is before it would get all the market data and the market depth for those two windows, so it would do it twice. So what I did was just create another class uh, and so it just uses one connection, and then any window that you open up, you can open up like 3 or 4 of them on the same instrument. It will just collect the data once instead of like 2 or 3 times. So I just had to refactor the code for that, and then I refactored that, and then it seems like it's running fine. Well, we're really selling up, and we got support right down in there. But if where was that? Was that pre-market? No, that's that 40 right there. Okay, that's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at this chart right here. I'm looking at this one and I'm seeing that right there, which is that 40 contracts right there that ran this market up. So that could be support area. So hopefully it's fixed. Order flow bars is fixed and not zeroing out the data. We got some large resting order up there, but it looks like 36, 38 up at there at 060. Let's see if it goes past it. It got filled. Those orders got filled. Those orders got filled. It got filled with a 30. In 100 milliseconds, 30 orders got filled within 100 milliseconds. No one order execution though, because there's no bubble on here. Only the one order executions will show up there. We got some resting offers right up in here, so you gotta be kind of careful. You see them right up in here at 82. This is the live pulse, and it seems like the window is pretty decent, responsive. There's one thing I looked into last night of how I can really make this the presentation and all the like the custom bars I built here for this window here. And when you see a bubble like this, when you see a light opacity bubble, that just means low positive delta. When it's dark green like this one right here, that means it was high positive delta. So the shade of the bubbles depends on the delta. That's what that is. It depends on the delta. Now, we've got a stacked buy and balance on the order flow bars, but not on the order flow pulse because I'm using different logic in the background for that to show there has to be a certain amount of volume. And I'm still kind of working on that. And if you hit the clear button on order flow pulse and you just, let's say you just clear it out, it just clears it out and rebuilds it. Sometimes if it's kind of sluggish and the window's not very responsive, well, in the past, because now I only keep about 5 minutes worth of data. It might on. It really depends on how many bubbles actually show up when it drops off from the window. It just gets removed so it doesn't use up all the resources. We've got we got 5014. Oh, they were spoofing it. Oh, now we got some large. Got about 50 up there. We got about 50 contracts up there. Yep, we got filled 50. I had an inside bar on the 1 minute. I had an inside bar on the 1 minute. You're above the order flow bar moving average on the 1 minute. Uh, and on the 5 minute, it's just kind of slightly sloping upwards. But I mean, if you get something like that, you try to get in on a inside bar break to break the high, because look at this. You got to look at the resting orders up there. We really didn't go very far. We're going to go up there and test 100. We have no idea. We got 10 orders just sitting right there at 086. Got 11 and 14 up here. We got 12. Yeah. Roughly 1040, roughly 1040. I think I'm pretty much going to be done for the day. Um, It could have been a banger day for me on pre-market. I traded pre-market move, uh, and then I sold. Uh, I think I made like 15 points on that move, and then I just sold it because I just don't like trading pre-market. But it really ran, and if I would have had a runner, that would have been a really nice day. But I didn't. Some of you, some of y'all are going to take this information right here, this indicator, the add-on. Some of y'all are going to take this and out trade me, which is fine with me. I hope you do. We got 14 resting orders up there. Then we got 13 up here. Looks like we filled a little bit right there. 13. Some of you are going to take this and out trade me, which is perfectly fine. I hope you do. Oh, I need to cap them up on the header. I need to cap them bubbles, so they don't drift that far up there. And also, I need to cap that. Yeah, I need to make this whole header just kind of capped, so the histogram don't go that far. The bubbles don't go that far. The price, I don't think is, but yeah. We got 20 up here at 056. We got a sell and bounce right here. We got a sell and bounce right there, but it's hard to take because you're right here in the middle of a consolidation area, right here in the bounce market, right there in the smack dab in the middle. So that's really hard to take. If you lose, if you lose that ledge right here, you lose that 40 right there. Yeah, you might be able to drift down. But they could, I mean, this is expert. We got 37 resting orders up there. We got some 10, 20, about 30 up there at 060. You got about 40 resting orders up there at 060. 40 on the offer. Um, Now that I'm really working this, I kind of like having the live pulse to be able to see like the speed of it and everything and what orders get filled that are not one order contracts, not one order executions. Uh, we got 15 down here. Because if you make this too small, you see how it goes away. If you make it too small, make it really big, that's kind of useless. Kind of has to find a medium ground. 14, 15, 16 resting orders, about 15, 16, about 15 resting orders on the bid. We just filled 19 right there. We got 14 up here at 057. We got an inside bar on the 1 minute. We're getting ready to break that. And we could be traveling down here to 028. You can see the red right there, pretty decent red. We had like an inside bar right there, and we broke that low right there. You need to really see the volume start kicking in for us to test the 030 area. You really need to see that stepping in. But the problem is you got that 40 lot right here. You got that. I mean, it's small. It's small, but we don't know. They're going to defend that area and see how they had all those bids just sitting there at 030. So you don't know if you're going to get that or not. Whoops, got 45 that got filled right there. That is within 100 milliseconds. I'm wondering if I should bump that up a little bit. Um, See, you couldn't take that stack sell and bounce just because of the offers. I mean, the bids sitting down there. And plus, it had a little bit of volume, not too much high volume. I need to work on the code for that to be able to really get the volume. And you need to have pretty good. I mean, the delta's there because it's a stacked and balanced. You have more selling than buying, so the delta's there. But I need the volume I can make that a user setting. Like for a stacked buy or sell and balance, if you want to have the volume like a minimum, we have 32 kickoff, but that was light opacity, so that was light delta. Um, have it to be like a user setting. So if you look at the 5 minute, if we drag the 5 minute over here, I mean, look at this. Whoops. Uh, if we look at the 5 minute, we kind of ran up. When the market opened, we ran up, came down. We're in a bounce area for this 5 minute area. The order flow bar movement average on the 5 minute is flat line. That's telling me no shorts, no longs. That's what that's telling me. It's just flat line, no shorts, no longs. Persistent selling, persistent buying. They're just bouncing back and forth, back and forth. It really needs to break up past this area in a pullback in order to even think about long. And as far as the short, I mean, it's just flatline. It needs to do the same thing. It needs to break down and hold for us to go short. Uh, I mean, I know that was a stacked sell. That was a stacked sell and bounce area, and if we broke that low, yeah, it's kind of a valid trade if you break that low right there. If you break that low right there, but the problem is you got that 40 right there that ran, and they might have just order sliced it and just ran the market up a little bit. You see how they're just running this up. I mean, these institutions are just order slicing, iceberg orders, maybe just running it up. They just playing little games, and then we're getting ready to break that high there. We got some resting offers up there. Resting offers up there at 25,100. I need to have a trending market. Um, the way I trade, I really need a trending market to be able to take. I need to find trapped buyers or sellers in the trending market. That's where that's where my best trades are, is in a trending market on trapped buyers and sellers. So, do we have enough steam to get up here to the 100 area? I mean, you got some offers sitting up there, 12, 13, 12. So, you got a little bit sitting up here. You got 17, you got filled. You got 32 and 20, you got about 50 down here at 080. You got about 50 resting bids. The market's just bouncing around back and forth. We're in the range. That's what I kind of figured we would do. It'd be another boring day like yesterday. Except for I'm not going to do what I did yesterday in the last hour, be clicking buttons. Not doing that today. I made back I got the account back green to what I clobbered with it yesterday, so I'm not going to do it today. So we got some selling coming in here. Don't have that much sitting on the bids. I mean, we could drift back down to 070. We could drift back down to 070, which is the 1 minute order flow bar moving average. But the trend is up. I mean, if you look at it, the trend in 1 minute sloping upwards. The trend on the 5 minute is starting to slope upwards on the order flow bar moving average. It's starting to slope up. So I really wouldn't be trying to short this market. I didn't notice we had a buy and balance right there. Had a buy and balance right there. And that is more than 50%. And that was with halfway decent volume. I mean, what do you got yourself? Maybe 10 points right there. That is a buy and balance. We had a sell and bounce right here that got absorbed. So we had some sellers that got absorbed right here. And then we had a buy and balance. You could get in up in this area, either the break of the high or come down here where you get that nice big volume, and you start moving up, you just jump in, and your stop would be down in here. Once you lose that ledge, your stop has to be down in here, roughly about 10 points. I didn't see that earlier. I don't know why. Really need to pay attention. And then this morning, the stream kind of went blank. I thought it got disconnected because I had something happen. Uh, and the stream was still going. The charts froze up. I don't know what was going on. Crazy day. I just when stuff like that happens in the morning, and it's just more crazy stuff than not crazy stuff. It's just a day for me to just not do anything. You've got that account green, just be done for the day. Don't be trading, just be done for the day. Uh, we had White House received offer from Democrats on DHS funding. I don't care. Qualcomm increases quarterly cash dividend. Yeah, we already talked about that. White House. We don't care about that. Trump meeting with Irish Prime Minister at 11 o'clock. That's in 10 minutes. Trump at Friends of Ireland luncheon. I wonder if he's going to drink a Guinness. Wait a minute, he don't drink. I think his brother was an alcoholic, and that's why he doesn't drink. Uh, Trump at Shamrock Bowl presentation. Wow. We had 37 kickoff, 37 orders kickoff. They're just 100 milliseconds. They just got filled with a nice positive delta right there. We hit 37 kickoff. We have some resting offers up in here, but those weren't one contract. They were just 37 orders within 100 milliseconds. I might bump that up. I need to find a pretty good sweet spot, either 100 or 200 milliseconds, either 100, 150, or 200 to add up all the volume. I might bump it up to 200 and see what that is like. I can't bump it up too much because then it will look like we got 20 sitting on the bid down there at 078. Are they going to get filled? They got some of it filled. Um, uh, so this has been running for a while. This has been running. How long has this been running? I had to reconnect because of stupid Bonox. We have a sell imbalance, but that's kind of hard to take. I mean, it's kind of valid, but it's kind of hard to take because you got to think of it. We're right here in the middle of the stinking consolidation area. We're right here in the stinking middle, and they've been running this thing up. We got the 5 minute order flow bar moving average sloping upwards. So that is, for me, no, I wouldn't be taking that. I just wouldn't be taking that. You want to know why? Because it didn't work out on this area right here. It didn't work out up here at about 1241. It didn't work out there, so why would it work out here? Okay, and plus we're right in the middle of a stinking consolidation. See, look at this. It ran it up, bounce market, ran it down, and bounce market, and we're right here in the middle. It's just, don't be taking crap like that. Even that buy right there was kind of hard. Yeah, you can get yourself a few points. Sure. If you break this low right here, that 064, could we come down here to 44? Yeah, we might. But expiration week, FOMC meeting, I'd really institutions are probably not going to participate that much, and then they're just kind of slowly building out, I guess, what their plan is for the end of the week, Thursday and Friday, probably. Uh, you know, it's just the way it is. Uh, we got about 50 contracts up there. What we got down below? What do we got down below? We got 16. We got about 30 right there. About 24. Yeah, we got a little bit sitting on there. We got 16 right there. 15. There's not very much going on, to be quite honest. Yeah, Bullknox had me disconnected. The accounts were showing, uh, but it was actually disconnected. Maybe I don't know. The little green bubble for Bullknox says green for connected. It was red when I tried to throw in that order, and I got that error that it wasn't connected. And I'm like, what? And then the trade just ran without me up. That really ticked me off this morning. Crap like that doesn't happen when you're trading personal accounts. Crap like that. I've not had crap like that happen. Well, we had 73 orders right there. There was no one lot order that is pretty high negative delta right there, because that's 73 orders within 100 milliseconds. That's pretty decent size with high negative delta, and then we're running up. See, this is just not an ideal trading day, to be quite honest. I mean, look at the stinking 5 minute right here. Look at the stinking 5 minute. Look at that. Nothing. Yes, it's sloping upwards. That's why I wouldn't be taking no shorts. It's sloping upwards. Okay. You got the 1 minute starting to flatline. You got the 1 minute right there. The 1 minute's flatlining. Another slop day. Actually, I'm green for today, so that's good for me. Got that account somewhat back. I like to have had it. I would like to have taken the trade if I didn't get that disconnected from Bullknox. Uh, that account would have been that eval would have been up over 51,000. Next week, I'm going to be trading a funded account. Uh, I've got a funded account uh, that's up above 51,000. I need to trade to get a payout. We have resting offers up there at 100. They've been sitting up there for a while. As you can see on the heat map, they've been sitting up there for a while. There's something that I looked at last night, how I can really boost the performance of this whole stuff. Because right now, this is using CPU. Okay, all the heat map stuff is using CPUs, and it needs to be built out using GPU. I would have to refactor the code quite a bit. And I don't know if I just want to keep it like this for NinjaTrader and then build out a desktop app for heat map and live pulse. Basically, take the order flow pulse and then build out a whole desktop app so you don't even have to worry about NinjaTrader. And then I totally manage everything myself. Um, and just keep the NinjaTrader thing here uh, and keep building on it. But that'll be later when I need to get support for the indicators and the add-ons, to be quite honest, for me to start doing something like that, and for me to really keep building out on NinjaTrader, which I just might do. I haven't really made the full decision of actually building a desktop app. it's a significant endeavor to do that. And the reason I was thinking about doing this because I'd get more users on a desktop app that don't use NinjaTrader to use something else. And quite frankly, if I built out a desktop app, I'd be going after Bookmap, which I looked into it last night. Bookmap is written in Java. I think that's what it is written in. We're not doing very much. It's 11 o'clock. I'm going to step away for a couple minutes and I will be right back. Okie dokie. I see we didn't go nowhere. Uh, see we didn't go nowhere. Let me close this out. I'm just thinking that is how come if I close that out, that frees it up. Yeah, it's still that live pulse is still, even though I refactored it. Wait a minute, that live pulse might not be using the market hub that I coded. I can't remember if I did that last last night. All right. Yeah, can't remember. Here, let's go see what the I was going to say what the NQ's doing. Let's go see what the ES is doing. Um, let's go see what the ES is doing. Ain't nothing going on today, folks. Ain't nothing going on. A minimum 5 orders. We got a large ES like 50, resting orders of like 50. That's usually pretty good. Tick bin it. You don't need to tick bin that. We can go to like 3 right here. We can go to 2. We'll go to apply, and it fills it out. Here, let's kind of go back here. I might go back to trading the ES to be quite honest. Um, I think it's the same thing with this. Um, see that stacked selling. Let's come down here to 4 then. Takes away a little bit more. 3? You mean 3 levels on that? That was so we opened up on the ES. We opened up. Do, 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 do. We opened up. We had a stacked buy and bounce, stacked buy, but not really much. Kind of pulled back. We had a buy and bounce. Had a sell and bounce, but it needs to be down in here, kind of like this one. But this one didn't break. Do, do, do. And it broke a little bit later. This is the this is what you want to see when you're trading the bounce areas. That gold right there is a sell and bounce on the ES. You had some good volume, and it was about 50% or more of the bar. So the high and the low right here, and then when you see how this traded back up above, how we kind of traded back above that sell and bounce, and I can guarantee the order flow bar moving average was sloping down. We got the NQ kind of selling off. What's the ES doing? Let's come back up here to 100 resting orders. No, that's a little too much. 75 might be decent. Um, so the ES is right here. ES is pretty nice. Ain't nothing going on. Let's go back to that trade right here. So I almost guarantee that the order flow bar moving average was it was below it and it was sloping down. Uh, we came up here to the sell and balance area right there. How we drifted up. You can put your orders up there and put your stop up here because if we get past that volume area right there, the selling, we start trading up in here. You could, uh, since it's so thinly traded, you could run back up. Now the NQ is so thickly traded, it doesn't trade all hyped up like a squirrel in Red Bull, like the NQ does. And then when you broke this, you could break in that area right there, maybe 86 half and come down to here like 85, maybe get itself a point or two. But the thing about the ES is that it's a thickly traded market. It really doesn't trade fast and all erratic like the NQ does. The NQ is dominated by these algos. And also you have to think about the NQ, anything in S&P 500, 500 stocks, okay? And then you got the NQ 100, this 100, 100 of the tech stocks. So anything news-wise comes out, it can really run the NQ faster than the ES. That's why when I used to spread trade, I would look at the ES and the NQ. If the NQ, let's say the NQ was running up and it was like 3%, 3% higher than the ES, I would like go long the ES and short the NQ when they diverged away from each other. And then when they would come back either that day or like 2, 3 days or a week later, depends on how far they spread apart. and when they would come back into correlation together, then you might lose money on one, make money on the other. You might lose money on ES and make money on the NQ because you buy one, you short the other when they deviate. But you got to make sure the notional value is the same. When you are trading like that, you really have to make sure the notional value is the same. And also, you can't trade like that in these fake prop firms. I was trading a personal account when I did that, and that was nice, slow, easy way of trading. Just throw on a spread leg, and you check it throughout the day. Maybe you make some good money. All right, so we're starting to sell off a little bit. We're coming back down to that area where that 40 lot was. I really need the histogram. How I have the histogram up here, how I have the histogram up here, I really need it uh, on the order flow pulse. I really need to add that, to be quite honest. I don't know. Let's put that up here. So we're down there at the 40 area. We might bounce off of it. We might not. As you can see here, we got that 40 right there. We're losing that a little bit, but we got a break. This was the thinly traded area right here at about 10, 10, 18, roughly about 10, 18. That was a thinly traded area. Okay. Yeah. So that was a thinly traded area on a 1 minute. You got some resting bids down here at 25,000. At 25,000. So if we lose this area right up in this area, right up in here, we could drift down to like 2,500. Let's take it. Let's just keep an eye on it and let's see what happens. You got the order flow bar moving average sloping downwards on the 1 minute, and it's definitely uh, below on the 5 minute. I need to do a video of how I set up my chart. I need to do a video. Maybe I can get that done today. I'm not going to be doing any performance tuning today. We're starting to lose that ledge right there. We're starting to lose that ledge. Uh, we need to see some volume start kicking in. We saw a little bit of volume right there. We really need to see the volume kick in. We don't have very many bids sitting on the book right there, only at around 25,000. So we really need to lose this. Okay, you got some orders. The histogram right there on the bids is a little bit thick, but the offers need to chew through it. You need to see it kind of tick down, tick up a little bit, keep ticking down more than you're ticking up. You need to see this area right here, the red. That's what you want to see is the red filling in, but you really I don't know if we can get down to 2,500. Don't look like it. 25,000. Don't look like it. Nope. Back to that 030 area. Yeah, we're back to that 030 area. Let's see what the ES did. Yeah, see, the ES is we're on a buy and bounce on low volume though. We're on buy and bounce on low volume. Let me switch over. Whoops. Switch that over to the 6783. Let's make sure the CME group is we're at 022. Where are we at? 022. Yeah. So it's about right. That's good. That's looking good. Yeah, we're not doing very much. They didn't think we would. Didn't think we'd do very much. It's 11:12. kind of hard to trade. I really need to get the moving average, order flow bar moving average right here on the order flow pulse. I will try and get that done this week. I'll try and get the order flow bar moving average like we have up here. The order flow bar moving average. I really need to get it on the order flow pulse. I've got the code. It's already there. I tried to reuse it because I have it's an indicator. It's free. You can just go to the site and download it. Um, I have the code. I thought I could just go ahead and since the class was public, I could just bring it into the add-on, but you can't do that with NinjaTrader. I wish they really would have a built-out module system. The module system for an add-ons, when someone builds an add-ons that you could just plop in the chart trader or something. You know, that would be nice. But when you do that, uh, at 6780, we got some resting orders down there in the ES. I think we're right here too. Right there back at that ledge area. And kind of ran it up. Once we lost that ledge right here and you came down here, you're only getting about, I don't know, how much are you getting? Maybe 5 points of that. You really have to once you break it, just what I like to do, just move your stop and see if you get a flush. And again, I would have gotten stopped out, taken maybe 5 points. On a day like this, it's kind of hard. The way I really do like to trade, if you look at the video and you go to the YouTube channel and look at the trap traders, the selling there. That's what I like to see. This market for the past month has just been bouncing around, consolidating for the past month. If we look at a daily, I mean, look at this crap. Look at this since the ninth. I mean, look at this crap. It's just been in a balanced market for like a month. I mean, well, I thought I was on. Uh, I mean, yeah, down here in April, I made a lot of money in my IRA account with the stocks, and then I missed this move up here because I thought we were going to. Once we got up in this area, I thought we were going to flush, and I was waiting for a flush, and that never happened. And then we kind of came up here. Uh, I mean, we just been in a balanced market up here for like a month. It's just we need to really break out of it. We really need to break out of this. The 1 minute, 1 minute's climbing on the 1 minute. There we go. You got 50 contracts with one order on ES because I had the large volume set to 50. We had an inside bar right there. You couldn't, you had some volume kick off. You could have gotten it at 667.85. I kind of missed that because I was showing you something else on the daily. Where you get 85, you get yourself about 2 points. That's about $100 on a mini. You get about on ES mini. That's about $100. Every point's $50 is 12 and a half each tick. Have an inside bar. You got that volume right there that kicked in. You got volume right there that kicked in. So who knows what's it going to do? We have no idea what it's going to do, but uh, well, that kind of sucks. I thought I would. I thought it was I got me a point, and I didn't. Got me a little bit less than a point. Oh, come on. I'm getting slow. I'm getting slow, people. I'm getting slow. I saw that, and then I saw this, and I tried to get in, and then, I thought I'd get me about 2 points, but I didn't, and it started drifting down, then I got out, and I got me a little bit less than a point. I'm getting slow. Oh my word. 'Cause I was showing you running my mouth, showing you something else, and could have gotten in on that little 50 contract that got, caught on the wrong side. The 50 contract got caught on the wrong side. As you can see here, we just kinda sold off. That 50 contract got caught on the wrong side, and I can't tell if it, closed above it or not without bringing up another chart. Now, let's take a look at it real quick. Ain't nothing going on. No, let me not do that. I gotta pay attention to what I'm doing. Yeah, I thought I'd give me a couple points on ES, but I didn't. Oh boy. Well, I'm glad I got out when I did. Look at that. You got Trump. Did Trump say something? Oh my word. Trump in the meeting with the Irish Prime Minister. Did Trump fart in the meeting? What happened? What happened? Did he take a fart in the meeting? On the NQ, it looked like we moved about 25 points real quick. I don't know. Did he fart in the meeting with the Irish Prime Minister? Boy, that would be embarrassing. Uh, yeah, so on the ES, you had that 50 lot that kind of got caught on the wrong side. We kind of selling off, and then we kind of selling off, and they kind of got absorbed up in this area. It has some pretty decent buying volume right there on that 1 minute candle for the ES. Then you had that little inside bar right there, and then you had that 50 lot kicked off in one execution. That's 50 contracts of the mini ES in one execution. And when you start getting and you start breaking that high right there, you're thinking, okay, maybe that 50 lot is going to get caught on the wrong side. You see that volume pick up on this candle right here on the 1 minute. You can jump in, and then once you see this thinly traded area right here, you just get out. Get yourself a few points on ES. That'll be about $100, $200, about a couple $100 trade. Uh, since the ES is thickly traded, you could probably scale in like two, 3 contracts. Not this week, expiration week, FOMC week. You really don't want to be doing that during expiration week, FOMC week. You really need to be trading evals. Don't be trading funded accounts. Trade your evals. Try to get some passed. You're going to get some squirrely stuff like this. That's just to be expected. Next week will be better. Hope Man, we need to really get out of this whole month of balanced market. This is just driving me nuts. I mean, yeah, I'm green. I'm able to make money, but geez, come on. Uh, we got Trump in the meeting with the Irish Prime Minister. Ugh, the ES trade's really nice. I used to enjoy when I first started trading futures. That's all I traded was the ES. It was nice thickly traded. It wasn't squirrely like the NQ. It was nice thickly traded. I just because when I started trading futures, I didn't have. Let me recenter this. I didn't have. Oh crap! Look at that. I wasn't. I wasn't paying attention. Um. You didn't have the micros. you didn't have the micros. So I had to sling the minis. So I would be trading what I did, and I had to trade a personal account because the prop firms weren't around. So what I did was I slung a mini, built up my profit a little bit, then you try to sling two minis. And if I get clobbered and I gave back some of that profit, I'd go back to one mini. Then I just try to build up the profit. Then I get enough profit. Then I tried to sling two minis on ES, build it a little bit up, and I never got over two minis. Most of the time it was just one because micros weren't around. You gotta be careful, you're on a 5 minute on NQ, the order flow bar moving average on the 5 minute NQ is sloping downwards. Uh, you got it, sloping downwards on the 1 minute too. I really need to get that moving average up there. Maybe I can try to do that tonight. Maybe I can try to do that tonight. I'm thinking everything is looking halfway decent. Um Decent enough for me to actually look at that. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right, all right. Shut your mouth. Uh, 50, 78, 50, 78. We got about 120 contracts on ESL. If we get this, we build this out, you're going to squeeze them little mother lovers out of there, back up to get yourself about 2, 3 points. Come on, squeeze them little farts out of there. Yep, we're building. They're trying to squeeze them little farts right on out of there with the you got about 120, about 170 contracts up in this area right here. You got the 50 to 78 to 50. That's one execution right there. That's one execution with three sellers. So you got three executions. All of those are just one contracts. Come on, squeeze them little farts out of there. Oh, nope, nope, nope. That's not what you want to see. Not what you want to see. Because your next support area is down there at 82. You really don't want to be getting down to 82 on the ES. You need to squeeze them little farts out of there. Once you saw this low volume area, you really need to start getting out. If you're building that much volume and you really can't keep moving up, you're not going to squeeze out them little shorts at 78 and 50. You just need to cut the trade for a break even or a small loss. I mean, let's be honest. Do you really want to take a full stop out all the way down here? I mean, I'm just trying to be straight up honest with you. And you got the NQ sloping downwards on the 5 minute and the 1 minute, so you're really counter trend trading. Uh, do. I mean, you're really counter trend trading, folks. Uh, oh, look at that! Don't make me a liar, there, ES. Well, you got some wrestling offers up there. You can always get back in if you want. You can always get back in if you want. I mean, you can always get back in if you want. If you really want to, you can get back in. And can I get a little bit, you little effer? Can I get a little bit? No? Come on, jeez. Can you give me some love there, ES? I'm already out of your stinking butt because I want you to pop. So I saw that right there on the ES. I saw that right there. We kind of sold off a little bit. I didn't get in this. I wasn't in the trade, but I did take this one and got me about a point on that because it wouldn't move like it is going to move right now. And since I'm out, you guys can probably get in. That thing will run about 10, 20 points. Uh, Once I saw this stacked, and that was a double stack. That was right there. And right now we're in a balance of 4 on the ES with levels of 3. So you got some pretty good areas right up in here. You got a nice imbalanced area where there's more buyers and sellers 4 times. And you got that area right there. And then I was thinking once we broke right here, okay, once we broke it there at 88, at 87.5, once we came up here and we really couldn't break and we weren't building out the volume, I just went on ahead and got out. I mean, 1 point, just get out, just move along, just move along. Now it's going to run without me. You know, crap happens. But that's why I did. I mean, the ES is nice for new traders because it's a thickly traded market. It's not. It's not squirrely like the NQ. The NQ is really squirrely. I mean, every now and then you got these prop farming degenerates that every now and then they'll blow up 3 or 4 accounts, and then they're like a blind squirrel, and they'll find a nut, and then they'll pass an eval. I mean, come on. You're just a blind squirrel finding a nut. But some of them blind squirrels that find them nuts every now and then, they actually make money. They'll spend about 10, 15, 20 grand a month just to make 50. Uh, which is a pretty decent living, but that's just not how I trade because I've been trading before the prop firms came out, the fake ones, and been trading before the micros. So I'm set in my old fart ways. You know, I'm an old fart and I'm set in my ways, and you ain't gonna change my mind. 78, 76. We don't know if that's the same institution or market maker because we're not privileged to the trade IDs. So we don't know who is doing this right here, trying to sell this market on the ES. They're trying to sell it on the NQ as well. Um, do, 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 do. Yeah. I mean, I switched over to the ES about 11 o'clock. I don't know what it did in the past. I didn't have it loaded up. We don't know. We just know what's going on right now, right here. That's all we know. That's all we know, folks. Got some resting bids down there at 80, 79, and 80. You got the sellers in control. I mean, you had the buy and bounce right there. And the reason I got in right there, because you had that buy and bounce, you had that 50, 78, 150. I thought they would squeeze them out and we'd kind of run and get about 5 points on the ES, but that did not quite work out because you got this little area right here that we just kind of bumped up against right up in here. We kind of bumped up against it and then we just kind of drifted back down. And once I saw the weakness right there, I was like, I'm out. I was out of there. I take my 1 point and move along. I will take my 1 point and move along. There's this one dude when I started learning how to trade. Of course, my uncle taught me how to trade. That was during the 2008 financial collapse when I was trading stocks. Oh my word, that was some crazy times, folks. That was some crazy times. We got an 82 lot, 82. Oh man, right there on the bids too. You got an 82 lot that kicked off. If we got some selling right there, they got absorbed right there. They got absorbed right there on the NQ. You saw them getting absorbed a little bit, and they're moving up because the NQ and the ES they kind of correlated a little bit. But the problem is trying to go long here. You got that 78 and 76. This is not for me. I can't do this, even though this might be a nice play and a nice absorption play. And normally, you want to do is get in on the break of that. You got some nice volume kicking in. I'm not gonna trade this just because, this week. No. Okay. But I could probably try to walk through it. You're at 83. If you're in at 83, right now you're at 83 and a half. Do, 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 do. Right here, if you're in at 83, because you saw that absorption right there, you can probably come up here and test this 85 area. So if you got in at 80, 83, if you're at 85, to be quite honest, folks, on the ES, it's not a squirrely freak like the NQ. You could probably sell yourself a little bit and move to a break even or move to a break even if you're slinging one mini. If you break through that 78, 76, you can probably get yourself a nice run up here into the 87, 88 area where we're on low volume. We could be drifting down. We got low volume up there, folks. We got low volume. Low volume, not good. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. I need a drawing tool. Look at that right there. We had some good positive delta right there, but look at that low volume right there. And now look where we're at. We're down back to the break even. I wish I did take that trade. Expiration week, FOMC week. Yeah. Why not be a crazy dude and take it? But the reason I really didn't like this trade, uh, I mean, I really liked it because of because of the absorption right there on the 82. The sellers were in control. They came down here up into this area around 80. They got absorbed a little bit because look, this candle right here, that previous candle right there did not break the low. Okay, even if it broke the low, what you have to do, and you got to watch the video on my channel. If you break that low, you come down and then you immediately just drift right back up. Not just slowly, slow drift. We're talking about fast, just boom, right back up there. That's bullish. And then they got absorbed and you get in on the break of that. You see that volume. You see this volume right here that kicked in. You're getting in on the break of that. You get that area right there. You can get in right there at about 83 and a half. Maybe you get filled at like 83 and a half. Okay. And you come up here into this area about 85 area. You get yourself a couple points. Once you see this low volume right here, you're not going to see this type of information on a regular candlestick. You're not going to see this information. All you're looking at is the open, high, low, close. Okay. You're really not going to see this information right up in here in this candle with the delta. Okay. Let me recenter this. Okay, let me talk to you about that. If you ever see this, if you ever have it go blank like that, that's because it's not recentered. There's something that I'm doing with how you do this and how you do this. Do crazy old fart. What are you doing? Um, you just got to go into the center there, and then just kind of double click. Uh, Once you see that volume, this low volume right up in here, you really got to get out because you're looking at that 78 and 76 in the past. That's resistance right there, folks. That's resistance. You got to really start locking in some profits and moving to a break even that you got in down here. Okay. You got to pay yourself. Your bank account will thank you. Your bank account will thank you. Let me recenter this. We got some offers sitting there at 75. Not offered. You got the bid sitting there at 75. We might not even get down there. You see that histogram, how big that ledge is? I wonder how many contracts that is. It's not going to tell me because it's not very much. Uh, oh, well. Yeah. So we bounced off, low volume. You took a little profit. You moved to a break even. Then look at you. Because look what we're doing. You're counter trend trading, to be quite honest. You're counter trend trading. The trend is down, popped up, down, popped up, down. You're counter trend trading, but you're right here in a large distribution area and you're down there kind of almost at the low. You got absorbed right there and you're trying to get in right in the middle. And you're trying to get up here, but we didn't get up there because the 78, 76 right there was probably blocking you. You got low volume. You got it. The market will tell you when you're wrong. And that was telling you, come on, you're not getting up there. You're wrong. Low volume, take some profits, move along. Okay. I really need to get my histogram. I really need to get my volume bubbles working. Not my volume bubbles. This right here. This right here on the NQ, this right here. This tells me, come on now. This tells me the volume. The large orders, that's what that volume is. I need to get that working on order flow pulse. Really need to get that working there. I really need to get that working. We broke the 93. We could be traveling back down. We got a sell and bounce on the NQ. You could possibly take that, but the problem is, let's look at the 5 minute right here. Yeah, you're coming down to the day to where it opened. You got 65 lot that got caught. You got this 51 lot, 51 contracts that got caught. You got 93 contracts that sold off here that break in that area. They did not get absorbed because we traded back down. We didn't trade up above this area. They did not get absorbed. Actually, you could, um, they did not get absorbed. Okay. and they are selling off. We are definitely sloping down. You got some volume in there, so you got to be careful with that. If you come up here in this area, you got to cut the trade, but then you break that low right there, and you kind of sold off a little bit. A pretty nice trade, about 5 points on the ES. To get about 5 points on ES, that's about $250 trade right there, folks. On the ES, you do sling around 2 contracts, it's $500 day for you. You got to trade the bubbles, man. You got to trade the bubbles. You got to be a bubble trader. Tell your friends and family about the bubble trader. You're like, yo, there's this dude on YouTube that looks at bubbles and trades off bubbles. He calls himself the bubble trader. We got a stacked selling balance right there with some selling. I really need to put in right here on the left hand side where the open and close is right there. Kind of need to have that. What I am going to be building here once I get this fully released, and because it's not going to be free forever. Go ahead, go to the site, download it, use it now, learn how to use it, because it ain't going to be free forever. Matter of fact, next month it ain't going to be free. It's going to be cheap. It's going to be really, it's going to be stupid cheap. Okay, we got 62 orders right there. They got absorbed right there. We're not selling off. They're getting absorbed, but the problem is counter trend trading. If you get in on the break of that high right there, we got low volume on that break right there. And plus, you got this 93. They're looking to push this market down. You got the NQ on the 5 minute, 1 minute order flow bar moving average sloping down. This is not really a trade you want to be taking on absorption. Okay, didn't work out here. It might work out here, but not for me. Not for me. This trade right here, yes, I got in right here. Boom, got in right here. Saw that absorption right there. Saw that volume kick in, traded high. Saw that thinly volume right there. Didn't move anywhere. And I have a philosophy: when it pops like that, when it pops like that. Okay, now you made me out to be a liar. You're going to run 5 points. Um, when it pops like that, yeah, I moved to a break even. But the thing is, if it's low volume right there, I'm getting out because we're losing steam. I got to get out. We're losing steam. I got to get out and look where we're at. If you got in there and you wanted to put your stop down here and you weren't satisfied with taking a point because the steam was running out and you took a full stop out, well, sorry, I don't trade that way. Capital preservation is my motto. You got I mean, when I was trading personal accounts before micros and fake prop firms came out, you gotta stay in the game to trade, man. You gotta stay in the game to trade. You can't be blowing accounts and these evals and these funded accounts, they tell you, oh, it's a $50,000 account. That's complete BS. Your blow up level is $2,500. So basically you're trading a $2,500 account, to be quite honest. Kinda like what I did when I first started trading futures. I just threw in about 3 grand, blew it up, wait about a few months, throw in another few grand, blow that up, and I eventually learned. So my tuition fee was quite a little more expensive. I didn't like this just because we had that selling balance right there. We got this 93 contract that more than likely, they're gonna defend that area. I mean, look at the heat map. When we get close to there, it could light up. They could be defending that area. I really yeah, you can get yourself some nice about a couple points right there, about $100. Um, but I just didn't like it that much because we're counter trend trading. It's really hard to do. Mm, that reminds me. Yeah, so this ain't gonna be free forever. It's gonna be free for the rest of the month, but in April, it's gonna have to start, uh this project is gonna have to start, bringing in some money. It's gonna be dirt cheap for the first 200 people. For the first 200 people, it's gonna be dirt cheap. It's gonna be like $95 for a whole year, and you get everything. You get all the updates, you get everything, $95 for a whole year if you wanna support the project, $95 for the whole year, that's like $8 a month. That's only going to be for the first 200 people, to be quite honest. And I'm going to put all that information on the site this weekend. All that's going to be on the site this weekend. Then after the first 200 people, I mean, after the first 200 people, the price will probably go up, and then it'll probably be a monthly thing. Or I might just keep it as a yearly thing. Might do a lifetime license, perpetual license, maybe $300 for a lifetime. We had an inside bar right there. But then we got this 93 right up here. You got to think about where you were in the past. You got that 93 contracts. Okay. And that was one execution. So that's an institution or market maker. Okay. That's not your retail trader. Now the bubble was kind of lightly shaded. So the delta wasn't all that high. Kind of like this 82 buy contracts. That was one execution. Okay. And that's institutional market maker slinging in that kind of size, and it was low opacities, so the positive delta was kind of low. But that 51, you see how that the bubble, the opacity of the green is darker than this one? Well, that means because it was a little bit higher delta. Eventually, I'm going to have the delta down here, down below. Okay, we're running up on thinly traded volume on the ES. We got past this 93. Kinda hard to trade this, to be quite honest. You got the NQ 1 minute order flow bar moving average kinda it's above it, but the 5 minute, the price is still below it. So we got this whole area right here. This area right here is resistance at 82 to 86, 82 to 86. You got those large sellers right there. Got that large seller right there. So you're definitely counter trend trading when they had a balanced market right here and they found value to the downside and they kind of sold off. That 82 kind of got caught on the wrong side. Okay. That 82 kind of got caught on the wrong side, just like that 51. So when you had that 93 kick off and you broke this low right here, that was pretty good interest to get yourself a few points right there. Uh, what we got for the news? Not much. Trump meeting with Irish Prime Minister that's happening right now. 12 o'clock, Trump and friends at Ireland luncheon. Okay. Ain't much. Ain't is not that much going on. It's about 10 minutes to 12. I might have to call it a day. I'm not sure. Might have to call it a day. I have to go do something as usual around noon. Um, so you got them sitting on the offer up here. You got them sitting on the offer up there. Let's see if they get filled. Yep, they got filled. Got some buy and bounce right there, but on low volume. You got a buy and bounce right there, and it was on low volume, and then it kind of went away. So that's invalid. That is invalid. There's some things I looked into it, last night. There's some things that I can really get the performance boosted up even more. I mean, it's there. It's a lot better. The performance on this is a lot better than what it was. The order flow pulse, the live mode, I really that still needs a little bit of work because I've noticed when I have that up and running, uh, for like the NQ, it kind of slows it down a little bit, uh, the charting platform, so I need to really look into the live pulse for the, performance stuff right there. We have 50 lots just kick off, and they're getting ready to get caught on the wrong side, it looks like. Resting orders down there at 74. Um, if we close on this 1 minute, which you got about, 10, 15 seconds, because there's about 3 to 5 second delay, but about in about 1 minute, this is gonna close right now in about right now. So, um, you got them sitting on the bid right there. If we break through that area, we could come down here and test the 68. If we break through that area, yep, they're trying to push it down. So if you're trying to catch that 50 contracts offside, you would need to break through this area right here, that's 74, and we could probably drift down maybe to 70, get about 4 points, and then your stop has to be up here around 77, up in this area, okay? Because if they regain this area, we ran up on low volume. That is good. If we ran up and you saw some big high positive volume, that's not good, folks. That's not good. You want to catch that 50 contracts on you want to catch them on the wrong side, which kind of caught them a little bit right here. Here, let's kind of zoom in a little bit. We caught them a little bit on 64 and a half. So if you came down here to 73 and a half, right there is about $50. Okay, right there was about $50. And basically, what I would do is I would have just sold that and moved to a break even because we're in a squirrely day, to be quite honest. That's just me. I will take a $50 trade on the ES. I will take a point, sell a little bit, and move to a break even, or just move to a break even. That's just me. That's just me. You see how it's moving up now, but it's moving up on low volume, but nice positive volume, but on low volume. I mean, that's just me. You try to catch them off on the wrong side. And here's the thing. You come down here, you see this low volume, you gotta move to a break even. At least try to do a break even plus one to pay yourself for a slippage commission or whatever. At least do that. At least do that. I thought for sure we would dump down here to the 70s, at least. I thought for sure we would dump down to 70s. But you saw that low volume right there. When we came down to here and the sellers didn't step in with volume, you got to move to a break even because if you don't, more than likely you took a full stop out. I don't know how many more times I can say, when when you get yourself some money, you gotta take a little bit of profit, move to a break even, or move to a break even plus one, plus two. Try to get a dump. You don't see that volume coming in, you probably tighten it up a little bit, right above, uh, right at that green right there. Because now look at it. You try to catch them off sides. That 50, the 82, the 51, that 50. The sellers are in control because you got more sellers 76, 93, 62. You had that 50 lot to kick off right there. So you're like, okay, yeah, that's good. But it didn't work out for them. That's why you want to take yourself a little bit of profit on the ES, take yourself a little bit of profit and move along. And if you notice, the ES doesn't trade like the NQ. NQ travels extremely fast because it's a thinly traded market. The ES is a thickly traded market. ES is a thickly traded market. The window right here, the small window is the ES, the big window is the NQ. and I might go back to just trading the ES. I've traded NQ for quite a while, and then I kind of bounce back and forth from ES to NQ. Uh, Everybody likes trading the NQ because it's thinly traded, it's volatile, and they like the adrenaline rush, to be quite honest. I could care less about an adrenaline rush trading the fast market. I care about, hey, can I make a few bucks during the day? If you can make yourself about $500 a day on average, slinging around a couple minis on ES, well, guess what? That's six-figure income. A lot better than most folks. Don't listen to these stupid gurus out there saying, "Well, I made three, four, $500,000 this year." Okay, whatever. There's some of them out there doing it. Some of them that are selling courses. Some of them make more money selling courses than they actually do trading. Do, do, do. I really need to get that. I really need to get that moving average up here. What's more important, that moving average on the order flow pulse or that actually that histogram? It's not going to take that much. I can get that done. I can get both of them done this week if I really focus. Possibly the moving average, because you can look at the historical right here and actually kind of tell where the volume is right here. Volume's right there on the selling. Volume's right there on the buying. It's just nice to have a volume profile right there showing what the big orders are. And actually, I might just do the moving average because what I really want to do, uh, what I really want to do is I really want to have maybe move the DOM over here to the right side and then have the volume profile right here, probably about half the size of this DOM right here, and have the volume profile right here and have a point of control. So you can see the point of control. But what I would really like to do is have a setting up there, like a small little text box up there where you can set the volume. Where you say, okay, if you set the volume to like 1 or something like that, it's going to show you everything. But let's say you change the volume, be like, okay, since I have large order volume of 50 up here, up in the header, have large volume set to 50. That means there has to be 50 contracts or more in one execution for it to show the bubble, like this one, 50, 51, 50. Okay, those are showing up. You're not seeing any 30s up in here because or 40s because it's not there. But if you have a text box right there and you change it to like 50, then the volume profile is only going to show you the histogram of the large orders. That's what I'm looking to do. That's what I'm looking to do. 12 o'clock. I need to run and go do something real quick. I need to run and do something real quick. Let me do. No, that order flow pulse really. There's something with that that needs some performance fixes. Um, it needs some performance fixes. What's the old squirrely NQ do? Actually, this is the nice trade to take. When was that? 11:33. 11:33, you had the order flow bar moving average kind of sloping down. This is a nice trade to take. I was trading the ES, but this one's a good trade to take. Let me walk you through this. You had 65. You had the order flow bar moving average kind of sloping downwards. Okay, so the, right here is the order flow bar indicator. Okay, the order flow bar moving average sloping downwards. You need to be taking shorts. You had 65 contracts right there, buy, kick off. 65 contracts, buy, kick off. You had a sell and bounce right there. You had a sell and bounce right here. Once you break this low right here, once you break that low right there, now that we've got this, you kind of know what I'm talking about. Once you You had 65 contracts kick off. That is one execution buy order. We were sloping down on the 1 minute moving average, order flow bar moving average. I need to put it up here on the order flow pulse. I'll try and get that done tonight and then do an update. So check the website in the morning and see if it's up there. If it's 1.0.7, that means I got it done. So you don't just get in right away. You got to close, and then you have a sell and bounce right here. So you have a little bit of selling right here that kicked off. So you kind of want to wait for the break right here. Once you get the break right here, then you can kind of trade it down. You're not going to get this whole move from here down to here and make yourself like 30 points, but can you get yourself 15 points by getting the break right there? And maybe once we break this sell and balance area right there, you get out. Once you see this large volume start kicking in right here, you might want to get out. Okay. You might want to get out right there. So maybe that netted you. Let me look at the other one right here. Let's say you get in right here. Maybe that netted you like 10, 15 points. Maybe you got 10, 15 points out of that. That's a decent trade. This is extremely valid trade because it was sloping downwards. Order flow bar moving average was sloping downwards. You got a buyer caught on the wrong side, and we closed below it. And then you had you don't even need a sell and balance, but that even makes it more of an A plus setup. And you get in on the break of that low, and you get yourself about 10, 15 points. Don't be looking for a 50-point run down to the lows, okay? And then it comes back up here, and you take a break even, or you get stopped out up here, okay? I'm a broken record. Pay yourself, okay? Get yourself about 10 points, pay yourself a little bit, and then move to a break even and move on. If you can only sling around one mini because you got a $50,000 account from a fake prop firm, then you're only trading $2,500. Sling around 10 micros, get 10, 15 points, sell half of it, move the other half to a break even and manage the trade. Okay. I know everybody wants to sling around these minis and pass these evals. I mean, granted, let's say you get 10 points, you make yourself $200. Okay. And you sling around 5 minis, you get yourself about $1,000. But then again, you can blow up accounts pretty quickly. That's not what you want to do. That's not what you want to do. I got to, come on, Verizon. We're offering you the 100 mobile hotspot perk, a $30 value for 3 months on us. Ah, okay. I might do that. You want to give me something free there, buddy? Yeah, I'll do it. That's my cell phone service. You want to give me something free? But you got to be careful. They'll give it to you free, and then after the offer, they screw you. All right. I missed this trade, man. I missed this trade because what were we doing? We were trading ES. ES is a good trading instrument. It really is. Okay, this was about the same time. See that 50 lot right there? It was about the same time. This happened at around 11:53. Okay, same trade happened. Okay, same trade happened on the ES. Okay, and you got yourself a couple, maybe a point or two on the ES. Okay, that's fine. You get yourself about $50. You sling about 2 contracts, you get yourself 100. Okay, ES is thickly traded market. It's not going to trade like a freaked out squirrel in Red Bull like the NQ does sometimes. But hey, it is what it is. Well, it's already noon. I'm going to keep this up and running. I'm just going to keep keep this up and running. I have to run and I'm just going to keep this running. Tomorrow is going to be an awesome stream because we got FOMC meeting. Do not be trading them funded accounts tomorrow, folks. You want to trade something, trade an eval and try to sling around some contracts right there. Um, yeah. So what I'm going to do tonight, I need to get the order flow bar moving average that's on the site. I need to get that out here. Right now we're on version 1.0.6. I need to get that uh, the moving average out here because I really need that more than anything. Because I can just kind of look at the historical bars right here. I mean, you kind of look at the historical bars and kind of tell, that's where the volume is for the selling. Then you got some buy-in right here. Okay, and then you got the selling. Uh, so, all right, I will be right back. I'm gonna put this on mute just in case my kid comes in the office and starts blah blah blah. Actually, she knows not to come in my office unless I'm in here. I can shut down CME. I can shut that down. That's at 979. Yeah. All right, I'll be back in about 30 minutes, half hour. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right, I'm back. Ugh. Okay, let's see. What is market doing? I'm back. Market ain't doing nothing. Well, we had a little sell off right here. We got a lot of resting offers sitting up there at about 83 on the ES. Uh, yeah, so I left about right up in this area. We really didn't get very much. We're just sitting there poking around. We ain't doing very much today. Yeah, we're not doing too much today. Oh, well. What we got going on here? We ain't got much going on there either. Well, at least I think I think the issues. Come on there. You gonna test them 73s? No, no, not them 73s. Them 83s. Get a little bull flag up there. Come on, test them 83s. Maybe, maybe not. Who knows? NQ kind of selling off there. We got a stacked selling bounce, so I don't think we're gonna be testing them 83s. I think we're gonna be testing the 73s. See, I did say 73s. I said 73s. Yeah. All right. But you coming down here and you got them buyers down there and you got them buyers right there. So you might not be able to break through too much in there. We don't know because they might defend that area. We don't know. They just kind of trading around a little bit. Okay. Not much is going on. Alrighty, Kelsey. Boy, that was close call. I need better gloves. Dairy Queen. Yep. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab a sandwich. All righty. Yep, we just chopping around like I thought we would. We're just chopping around like I thought we would. Okay, here we go. Actually, let's see, what is the 1 minute like? What was that? Oh, ain't nothing happened since I've been gone. Got the ES slinging around some 50 contracts, but that's about it. Ain't very much for the ES, to be quite honest. Those are one execution orders, though. Let's take a look at this. Thank you. All right. Let's take a look at this. What we got here? That was at 12:15. 12:15. Well, I got much going on. No, we don't have much going on. We had that nice. Let me bring this over. On the 1 minute, we had this right here. Earlier, we had that 65 contract with selling balance, and then you could have gotten in here because that is a what I like to call a trapped buyer. You close below. We got a stacked selling balance, so you get in there. Let's say you get out like roughly about there. You got yourself about 15 points. You ain't gonna get the whole move. That's perfectly fine. Then right here, we've got a selling balance, but we didn't close below it, and I don't like that. Okay, we have a order flow bar moving average. It's sloping upwards. We got a selling balance that closed about half of the candle or more, and we closed above it. I kind of like that. So if you actually got in, like roughly about right up in here, let's say you get out about right here, you get stuff about 8 points. I mean, it may not sound a lot, but today that's the way it is. Uh, yeah, lunch hours is okay to trade if the market's moving. Most of the time, most of the time it doesn't move. Uh, and most of the time, I don't like trading after 11:30. To be quite honest, just kind of consolidating around. To be quite honest, I had a pullback right here, a little micro pullback inside bar. I mean, you could have tried to get yourself 5 points, but today is really not the day to be trading. I mean, we got a day before FOMC meeting. It's expiration week. I mean, it's really not ideal. Yeah, today's really not ideal to be trading. I mean, the ES is not really moving. It's not trending. Neither is the NQ. As you can see here, we're using the ES June contract, small window, NQ June on the bigger window. Yeah, not much is going on. Yeah, the NQ is trying to sell off a little bit. I mean, to be honest, I don't think it's going to go anywhere. I mean, the ES is following it, but you got to look at where we're at. We're right up in here in this area. I mean, if you look at the 5 minute on NQ, this is the 5 minute on NQ. It's just really not doing very much. Uh, Expiration week, FOMC meeting tomorrow. Tomorrow should be a good day. If you like trading news, it'll be a good day. I do trade the news, but I will not do it in a funded or personal account. I'll trade it on an eval, to be quite honest. You want to go to Dairy Queen? Well, you know what you got to do. You know what you got to do. I got the office door open. Um, we got 1550 contracts that just kicked off. Got about 100 contracts right here. They might try and push this thing up in this area right here, 78, 80 maybe. Up here to 80. Whoops. Let's see what they can do, folks. Let's see what they can do. I mean, I don't know if they're going to be able to push it, but are you guys going to push that? Or are you going to push it? What are you going to do? Are you going to go up there? Are you going to go up there? Um, no. That was an extremely late fill. Why did you didn't even give me a point? What the heck? I'm gonna have to get out of this thing if it doesn't move. I don't like that, but uh, that was a late fill for me. I don't know why they do that. All right, now I got out. Yep, it went. Okay, that's the way it goes. Um. Also, I'm sitting there trying to eat a sandwich and trade. All right, the reason I got in that The reason I got in that is because we came back down. We had 100 contracts kick off on this 1 minute bar, 50 here and 50 over there. And once we start breaking that out, we saw that volume. I went on ahead and got in. And we shot up here. That would have been a nice 4 point move. Yeah, that was a nice move. I had 100 contracts right here, and when we came up, I saw that low volume, and then I just took the profit. I just took it off because I saw the low volume. And then we kind of shot up here um, at 77. Got 3 by 5 points right there on the ES. So if you got in that trade, trying to eat a sandwich. If you got in that trade, the reason I got in there because I saw them 100 contracts. You got to think about where we're at. We're right up in this area right here. Got that 53, that 68. Of course, you had that 60 right there, that large contract with the one execution. But you got here. Let me zoom in. Um, you got 50 contracts that kicked off right here at about 74 and a quarter, somewhere around there, and then you got this one that kicked off around 75. Okay, so you had support right here, and this is the ES. This one is the ES, the bigger windows in Q. I'm starting to trade the ES more. I mean, that's what I started trading futures with was the ES. And once you break this high right here, you had that volume kick in, and then we started trading up, and then we started getting light volume, and I just kind of took it off because I didn't see it. And then we trade, and then I thought we would test this area right here at 79.5. Well, we blew right past it and tested the 82.5. So, I mean, that is a really nice trade. 70, if let's say you even got in at 77, right there about 5 points. So that's a pretty good ES trade. 5 points, that's like $250 for one trade. Once you see this inside bar and you start breaking that low right there, and you start breaking this area right here, you just got to get out because the steam is not there. The steam is not there. So if you got in if you got in right here where I got in, because you had that support right here, you had 100 contracts support right there from institution market maker. You don't have retail traders slinging around 50 contracts per execution. That's institution market makers, quite honest. So, and then once you start losing this area right here on the ES, you got to get out. Okay, and then you see all this red right here, the selling. You got to get out. You see they're stacking it at 85 on the offers. Okay, so just go ahead and just take your profits and move on. That's a nice 5 point move. Just move on. I mean, I didn't get that whole move. I got about half that because I don't trust the market. This week is a little crazy, and plus I didn't see the volume really kick in. And then once, I sold, the volume kicked in. But I can't complain too much because I'm green for the day on 2 accounts. And also, if you're coming in for the first time, this is not a signal service. These are indicators that I wrote myself. I've been a software engineer for 15 years, so this is stuff that I wrote myself, and I'm building it out on the NinjaTrader platform. I was deciding because NinjaTrader uses C sharp. I was deciding whether to do it for NinjaTrader or Quantower, but NinjaTrader has more users trading futures than Quantower. To be quite honest, NinjaTrader is pretty large, so I just went with NinjaTrader. If I can, once this project is released and people are supporting it next month, I mean, right now it's free to use for the whole month. Um, just go to orderflowbars.com and just download it. Uh, you get a free license key. The DOM is going to be free for a while, so because that's a prototype being built out. Um, do. Yep, that works. Okay, so just go and get it. See what I talk about losing this area with this high selling volume. You don't see that on a regular candle, but you see it right here. You see it right here. It was just a telling tale. Plus, you had them sitting up on the offer at 85, and then we just kind of slammed right back down. That's why I took profits pretty quickly. I didn't get this whole move. I took profits pretty quickly. I got about half of it, but the reason I did is because I mean, look at the previous candle. We went from here to here in a matter of no time. Yeah, because it's just a crazy week. That's why I went on ahead. When I saw the 100 contracts, 50-50, and getting a break on that high with the volume right there, that's the key. That's the key right here. We had this previous candle. We didn't break the low of that. We broke the high of that. We got 50 contracts that kicked off. Then we got another 50 contracts that kicked off. Those are two executions because of the way that I'm reading the market data coming in from your connection. You get in on the break of that high. Where's your stop? Well, your stop's down here because once you lose that last 50 uh, contracts of support, that's no good. Um, and then you saw the volume here. You can go ahead and get in, and I got about half that move just because I didn't really trust it. Well, here, hold on. I gotta say something to my daughter. Hey, when I say something, I mean it. And when I tell you that I'm gonna do something, I do it. I will do it for you, but you gotta do something for your mama. Do it. You gotta do something. Oh, okay. Then there's no deal. Uh, All right, I'm back. I gotta close my office door. We try and deal with a 5-year-old kid. That is not very uh, easy to do, dealing with a 5-year-old kid. Yeah, it is actually choppy today. I'm actually green on two accounts. The one account, the one eval account that I decided to have a brain fart and actually trade the last hour yesterday. I don't have no idea why I did that. I took an eval account. I was like, oh, come on. Last hour, I haven't taken a single trade. I'm bored out of my mind. Traded the last hour, lost a few $100, and I was like, whoop, that was a brain fart. So then today I got that account back in order, and then I got another account a little bit green, but I ain't making very much at all. I mean, the ES, we had this one move right here. That was the ES. That was a really good move. And then the NQ early this morning, man, I missed a trade because uh, Bullnox accounts were showing up. So I thought we were connected. That little green bubble down at the bottom of the main window on NinjaTrader was red. I did not see it red. I did not see it red. And I tried to execute an order and I got a, you are not connected error. And by the time I figured it out, got it in order, trade's basically over. That kind of ticked me off. That was one good trade. Then we had a short earlier. I don't know where that short was. Where's that short? It wasn't this one. This one was a really good short because you have on the NQ right here, we're looking at the NQ. On the NQ, you have it closed below the 65 contracts. Now, these bubbles that show up, now, if you're looking at live pulse, that's just volume coming in for every 100 milliseconds. Okay, that's just the volume coming in. When you see the bubbles right here on the modes that are like 30-minute, 2 minutes, and 5-minute, these big bubbles right here, that is one execution. So that's 65 contracts on one execution. Some people will say, well, how can you have 65 contracts when level 2 only showed about 10 to 20? Well, the institutions and the market makers don't play a fair game, to be quite honest. Okay. And a level 2 is only a snapshot of the market at that, at about a couple of milliseconds, is another thing. And things are not, we're not playing on level playing ground as retail traders. Okay. They've got a whole new thing that they're looking at. But once we broke that low right there, you could have gotten in and you would have gotten out right here. Once you started seeing that green volume start picking up, when we start breaking that, you need to go ahead and get out. Okay. I mean, you get a move like that, get yourself about 10 points for the day. Just be happy with that. Yeah, we got the order flow like that. That was this move right right here. That was this move right here. That was 65. We closed below it. You, you got the order flow bar moving average sloping downwards. You got a buyer offsides, 65 contracts. You get the low of that. You got a stack sell and balance, and then you just cover right here in this area. How much roughly was that? That was roughly I don't know, about 15 points. Yeah, it's about 10, 15 points. That's a pretty decent trade. I really couldn't short this. Yeah. It would have been really nice to have this area right here with a large seller or a large buyer. Large seller, you can use that as support and keep pushing it down. Large buyer, maybe get off sides and try to get a squeeze out of them. Had a double stack buying balance, get yourself about 5 points. The market ain't really doing much of anything. You got a little sell right here. I think I tried to trade this. Yeah, I tried to trade this. I didn't get the whole move. I got a little bit of it because I just didn't trust the market. Expiration week plus FOMC meeting tomorrow. I'm green for the day, but that's about it. And then we go into early morning. Ain't nothing going on. Not much is going on, to be quite honest. This week is not a good week to be streaming, trying to pick up subscribers or whatever. It just ain't happening. Next month, okay, the Dom, this right here, the Dom. This Dom right here, this is being built out. Okay, let me switch this to 4, tick merge it to 4. This is being built out. It's order flow bar Dom prototype. This Dom you can use, but you have to understand it's a prototype. It has no execution buttons. It's a prototype. I'm currently building it out slowly. Okay. I had to fix some performance issues with it, just like the rest of everything else. This won't be fully complete until probably later on in the future. Okay. But the DOM is always going to be, while it's a prototype, while it's in beta, it's always going to be free. I'm just going to leave the license key in there. You might have to download a new version. But this indicator here, the main indicator right here that does all this, that really kicked off this whole project, this one is not going to be free as of next month. So, and then we're going to throw in the order flow pulse as well. Okay. But for the first 200 people, it's going to be like $95 for a whole year. And after about a couple hundred people, once it all gets flushed out, 100%, everything, all the projects, then the price is going to go up. So if you want to support it, that'll be great. If not, and you want to wait, I mean, that's fine. It's just the price will not be the same as the early comers. And I looked at other things as well. I really don't. I went to the Ninja Trader add-on site, and this heat map, there's a reason why there's not a lot of add-ons out there like this, just because, well, for one, it's hard to do because of the performance issues. There's a lot of stuff I had to kind of tweak and really get working. It's taken me a few weeks to actually get the performance really tweaked out. But it's there. It's performing good enough. It's performing good enough for me to make money, to pass evals and funded accounts, but it's good enough for me to make money. And I know if a crazy redneck like me can make money, I know you can probably take it and make more. So that's the way it is. If a crazy redneck that can take this and make money, I know you can. Unless you're a crazy redneck too. Um, I just call myself a crazy redneck just because I drive a. Right now, I was born and raised. We got buy and bounce right there kicking off on the NQ. I wonder if the ES is going to follow. And right now, we've got all these orders right here. We got this 53, 68, 65, 50, 50. You got all this support right here. And whoop, wrong way. You gotta know your left from your right. You should know that. Now they got taken away. We got some resting offers up in here too. You got to break through. The resting orders is 75. That's quite a bit. We got large orders. Why is that 75? If I did 50, it's way too much. I really don't like that. Some people might like that heat map. That bright, that much stuff. But me personally, I mean, 100 is a little too much. You can switch it around 100 to see, hey, there's at least 100 resting orders down in this area. There's 100 resting orders up in this area. Okay, that's fine. You can do that, or you can just go 75 in between and be like, okay, that's kind of like an in between 50 and 100. You do 75. Okay, that looks pretty decent. Also, you got the histogram right here that can tell you there's really not enough large orders to even print the price. What I'm going to do, what I'm going to try to get done before next month is, well, tonight I'm going to try to get the order flow bar moving average up on order flow pulse right here. What I need to do is I'm going to need to, I don't know where I'm going to put all this stuff. I really need a whole new window for settings, to be quite honest. I can't do very much anymore. I'm going to have to put it like a little checkbox right here for MA. Either click it to show the moving average. If you unclick it, it takes moving average away. It doesn't show it. I guess I'm going to have to do that. I'm going to have to do that. So that's what I'm going to do tonight is I'm just going to get the order flow bar moving average that you see like right here, this order flow bar moving average. I'm going to get that up on order flow pulse. The sad thing about Ninja Trader is I wish they had like a module system that I could just plop things in like Chart Trader, things like that. But they won't even allow me to use an indicator that I built that you can download on the site. That indicator is always going to be free because that's just something simple. That's just taking a Heikin-Ashi data and then smoothing it out with a non-EMA. That's all that is. And you can modify the non-EMA. And you can add multiple ones on there. You have a 9 and then a 21 if you want. But I'm going to put it up here. And in the very beginning, it's just going to be hard-coded to a non-EMA in the very beginning until I can build out the user settings. Because what I'm going to have to do with the user settings is there's going to be a cog wheel that you click, and then the minimum volume, large volume, the resting orders, the tick merging, the tick bin, the imbalance levels, the imbalance percentage, and then the levels. All that's going to be in another window. So when you set it, it's just set. Okay. And it's not it's not all up in the header right here. Only a very few things are going to be up in the header, like the ticker will be in the header, the mode will be in the header, and then the apply and clear. That's about it. The rest of it's going to be on the user setting window I have to throw together. So the small windows, the ES, the big windows, the NQ, we're just sitting here flatlining as we are waiting for the tomorrow FOMC meeting. Yeah, some buyers up in here for support. That's why we're getting a little pop. We traded this pop right here. We had the 50 contracts and 50 contracts, and I had the volume kick in, so I got in there. And I said, "Oh, we might be testing the 80s." And then once I saw the low volume, I'm like, you know what? I'm out. I don't care. I'm out. We were up in that area, and I was like, I just got out. And then once I got out, boom, it popped. I'm like, USOB. We got 122 contracts that just kicked off on the ES. The reason we got 122 contracts kicked off, that is one execution order. That is either an institution or a market maker. You don't have a retail trader slinging around that kind of size. But to be quite honest, I want to try and short this thing because, for one, you got this support right here. The buyers here, the buyers there, those buyers there. We don't know, is that right there 122? Is that the same institutional market maker that did the buying down here? Are they doing the selling up there? We have no idea because I'm not privileged, and neither are you, unless you're an institutional market maker. You don't. I don't know the trade ID. I don't know what's going on. I wish I was privileged to that information. That would be awesome because I'd be displaying this kind of stuff and I'd be able to have a whole other window to be able to tell you what institutions, what market makers or trade IDs. I'd be able, I'd show that information on another window. Be like, yo, there you go. But no, they are playing. We are not playing on the same level playing field as those little scumbags. The only thing they need to show is the execution. Need to show is the execution. Goes right to the CME, and I'm getting the data feed. Whatever your data feed is connected, I'm using Rhythmic, so I get Rhythmic data feed. Okay. In the long run, what I'd like to do once I get some support for this, what I'm going to do is these large orders right here. Um, what I'm going to do is on the server, I'm going to take some code on the server and write some code where it actually aggregates all of this information right here. Okay, I'll aggregate all this information and I'll put up a WebSocket. I'll just put up a not web. I'll put up a socket connection, and then I will write the C# code to connect to that socket to actually get where the large orders are coming from. So if you come in at like 10:30 and load everything up, you'll see all the large orders because you'll be getting it right from my server. But in order for me to do that, that costs quite a bit of money, and I am not paying that out in my pocket. I will pay for that information and really make this really awesome. It's probably next month. We'll see how many people want to support it because this month it's free. And the first two, I'm thinking the first 200 people that want to support the project and see it grow, um, like $95 for a whole year. It comes out to like $8 a month. I mean, that's stinking cheap compared to the other stuff out there. And plus, I'm not trying to sell this for $300 or $50 a month or anything like that and try to make money off that. No. Most beginner traders don't even, most beginner traders can't even break even. So you start paying $200-300 for stuff and you're a new trader, you're already in the hole about $200-300 from all the other crap. So yeah, it didn't bother me because when I first started trading, I mean, I've been a software engineer for quite a while. So I had money to spend. So it really didn't bother me paying $100 for something here and there. But most people don't have that privilege of making money to be able to do that. I just want to make something that's actually, I mean, if like I said, if I can make money using this, I know you can. And you can take someone making a minimum wage and they're like, you know what? I think I can spend $8 a month or $15 a month and be able to pass some evals and try to get a payout. That's well worth it. I mean, when you start moving up to like $50, $100 a month, that gets a little nutty. Not moving anywhere. It's 1:30. We're not going to do much. We got some resting offers up here at 84 on the ES. Right up in this area is definitely resistance. 84 area. Trying to install it, but keep failing. Um, if there's an error message, send a screenshot to support at orderflowbars.com. Um, the email is on there. Support at orderflowbars.com. Now it will tell you you have to restart NinjaTrader, but yeah, just I'll check the email here pretty shortly. Um, I installed this. What are you trying to install? Order flow bars indicator or the order flow pulse add-on? I made an update last night. And I was able to install it on my Windows. Um, yeah, just let me know when you send that email, and I'll check my email. Just get a screenshot of the error of the window for NinjaTrader. Has anybody else tried to install the new update for version 1.0.6 for Order Flow Pulse? If you have, are you having problems with it? Are you able to install it, update it? Uh, are we going to get the only thing about that 122 sell is we don't know if it's these buyers right here that took profits right here. We got the sellers defending that area right there. You have sellers defending that area right there. It keeps flipping back and forth from green to red. Okay, it closed. Now it's starting to red. We need to really, if we're going to try and get a squeeze on 122 contracts, really needs to pick up with some heavy volume up in here with some pretty positive delta like it is. It really needs to pick up. Let's say you got in at 82. Right now you're at 83. You already got a point coming up here against resistance. Um, you don't want it to come back down. It really needs to break through this area. It's building out the volume, as you can see. It's definitely building out the volume. Now it's red. Um, if you got in at 82, you might want to try and take a point and move to a break even. That's what I would do if it was me, because you're right up in this area right here where these offers are sitting. So if you're selling half and moving to a break even, pay yourself a point, move to a break even. The market's not really moving that much. So at least pay yourself a little bit. You got the selling volume really starting to pick up and we're not moving. So that's telling me that it could be getting absorbed and we could just move right back down to this area, especially if you lose this area right here. That's a thinly traded area and you can lose it real quick. But pay yourself a little bit and move to a break even. About all you can do. If you're trying to trade a break of this right here, this 122. Yeah, so if we lose that area 82 half, just the trade needs to be cut. Because you got this low volume area right here. Same thing with the NQ. You got a low volume area right there. So if we lose that area, it could come down pretty quickly. They're just sitting there getting absorbed. Alrighty. Go ahead and run the 85. Just go ahead and do it if you want to do it. See, right up in this area, I'd already be selling half and moving to a break even. If you got in right here, trying to get a squeeze on 122 sell contracts, trying to get a squeeze on that, you want to just go ahead and pay yourself a little bit, move to a break even because it doesn't seem like it's pushing. Same thing with the NQ right there. Except for the NQ didn't have any large sell contracts. There's really nothing to go off of. But the ES did. Let's see what I'm talking about. The low volume area right there. We just come right back down to it pretty quickly. Because you had a lot of sellers right there. A lot of sellers right there. Okay, and those are the volume was higher in the sell. Sell volume was higher. The volume was green, but probably the opacity of that bar right there, that green bar is very light. So that's telling you very light positive delta, very light positive delta. So when you break this right here, when you break that right there, you go down pretty quickly because this is not an area of interest. That is a low volume area, and it moves down pretty quickly. As you can see, it moved up pretty quickly, but it also moved down pretty quickly. All right, let me check my email. I'm going to cut that, and yeah, I have not gotten an email yet. All right. Yeah, we're just kind of moving back up. Are they going to test the 85s? We have no idea. Market is just extremely slow. Don't have much going on. All right, the NQ is really selling off, and the ES could follow. We got some resting orders going there. You got about 70 some resting orders that I saw flash up there, right there. Right up in here, there was about 70 some orders that kind of flashed right up in there. You got the ES kind of traveling down. There's nothing there. That's why if you try to get a squeeze off that 122, get yourself a couple points, get yourself a point and a half, 2 points. You gotta sell some. Once you see that steam being lost right there, and you see the selling kick in, and you see resistance right up here, where those offers are sitting up there at 83 half roughly, 83 83 three quarters. You really just gotta just pay yourself and just move to a break even and see if you get a runner. Uh, if you can't sling around 2 minis, you can always sling around 10 micros. I mean, with the ES, it's a little bit with the NQ, it travels it's so volatile and travels so squirrely. You know, you can get pretty clobbered on 1 to 2 minis with the NQ. With the ES, it's usually since it's a thickly traded market, I like it because it's a nice thickly traded market. It's not as squirrely as the NQ. It's a nice thickly traded market. It's great for new traders because you don't have the volatility that the NQ has. The NQ was called the Widowmaker down in the pits back in the day when they were going 100% in the pits before it all turned to electronic trading. The NQ was called the Widowmaker, and that was for a reason. The ES is a nice thickly traded market, but it moves just enough, okay? And the Russell is not as thickly traded, not a thinly traded. It's like right in between. The volatility is like the Russell, the RY, the Russell is like in between the ES and the NQ. Okay, I think it was last week or the other week. I was trading the Russell, made a little bit of money doing that. Uh, Gold, I really need to get into gold, but I don't have the level 2 for gold. I'm only paying level 2 for, what I normally trade, which is ESNQ. I need to get level 2 for gold and start slinging around some gold and, get comfortable trading gold. I just don't trade gold, uh, and get comfortable trading it so other people can see it. Oh, it went blank because I cut it off, yeah. Um Boy, the kid is loud. I can hear her through the office door. That's ridiculous. I need a soundproof office. I told the wife if we get a house either like next year, we get a new house. I mean, my word, I told her I needed a soundproof office. That's what I told her. She kind of looked at me like I was crazy. And I also told her she really, and this is when she actually told me I was crazy is when I told her I needed a soundproof office and I need an intercom system so she has that the door's locked and that both of them cannot get in. That the wife would have to hit a button for the intercom and be able to, and then I could hit a button to approve it, and then we could talk to each other. That's when she told me I was crazy. I mean, I normally just before I was streaming, when I had this built out a little bit, mainly the order flow bars indicator with the big bubbles and the selling and stuff, and uh, I just trade myself. I was just trading all by myself. I had my noise canceling headphones on. I was listening. Boy, we're selling off, aren't we? Um, it's a sell off for today's market. Um, I'd have noise cancellation headphones on. I'd be listening to some music and just trade. Those were the days when I would be making like thousand, $2,000. Those were nice passing evals left and right. That was fun. Uh, but that's all I did was just sit at my desk and listen to some music, uh, and just trade. Now when I get on stream, I'm trying to stream and trade at the same time. It's like I can't walk and chew bubble gum at the same time. It's like I just become stupid. I'm getting a little bit better at it. I guess after about another month or two, I'll be back to my old self trading. Plus, this market ain't very good. I mean, look at this stinking thing. Let's look at the NQ, the daily on the NQ. Look at this crazy thing. For a month, it's just been in a balance market. This is the daily. This is the daily candle. As you can see up here, daily on the top. This is daily. We're just sitting there. It's just like a bounce market for like a whole month, just in this little range. We had when this broke out like that, I thought for sure we were going to go down here to 23,500 and test that. I thought for sure we were. I was like, yeah, let's go, man. Because I'm looking for a puke out. I'm looking for a puke out down in here for me to throw some money into an IRA. I threw some into here. I'm completely out now on all my stuff. I don't have anything in IRA, nothing. Uh, I ain't swinging no stocks. I'm waiting for a big puke out. Might happen, might not. Might happen, it might not. We ain't got nothing going on, folks. It's like 150. I got a little bit of green on the books. Got a little bit of green on the books. It's 150. Got a little green on the books. Got a little green on the books. Um, yeah, ain't nothing going on. Boom. What we got there? Why is that so? Let me look at this real quick. Resource monitor. Let me bring that up. Resource monitor. Yeah, it's not doing very much. CPU is not. I'm running a Mac on Parallels, so I'm able to run the Mac on Parallels. I'm pretty sure you can. Well, that's the memory. What about the CPU? Ain't doing very much. CPU ain't getting slammed. Maybe I don't need to use GPU code. Who knows? When this gets fully released next month, when it gets fully released, you can download it now, and you can download it now. Well, we had 200 right there, and it just went away. 176 lot just kicked off, so we got 120 sell, 176 sell. They're trying to push it down, but then you got the buyers right there. So they were interested in this area. They were really interested in this area, and it ran up. Are we going to get a short squeeze off of that? 176 that got caught on the wrong side. We might. We just might. You get that 122, get them caught as well. You might run. They're going to be running for the doors screaming, cover, cover, cover. We're going to get that 176. We didn't, the NQ didn't kick off any large orders. We had 176 right there, and we broke that high right there. Ooh, that's kind of hard to trade because we're right here up at the top. Okay, but we got some buying in there. if we lose this area right here, I would say 80 half. If we lose 80 half right here, we're going to travel right back down. Okay. If we lose it, I don't think we're going to lose it, but if we do, that's going to be something. I could go back to 20 to that account. I could flip over to that one. Okay. We're extended off the order flow bar moving average pretty significantly on the NQ. It's 2 o'clock. I don't want to give back too much profits on that account, but I really kind of want to just trade. So I might just have to, I just might have to do just jump into micros. This is what I'll do. If I want to trade late afternoon, what I might do since I made money on this account, I don't want to give it back. I'll just jump down to micros and just go in like half my size, just so I don't give money back, to be quite honest. That's just how I do it. I'm looking at the NQ. We got an inside bar right there. If we break down from that, we could travel back down, just like we got an inside bar on ES. If we break that area right there, we break the break. If we break like 81 and a quarter, we could come back down here to the 78s. That's why I haven't pulled the trigger. And we got the sell volume kicking up, and then right here we had a print kick off on the 81 quarter. So 81 quarter, if we start losing this area, I mean, you got some people sitting on the bids right there. Not very much. Uh, uh, you got a little bit of people sitting on the bids right there. Well, I mean, resting order is 75, so that's quite good. If we go to 50 resting orders, you can really see the heat map of it. I normally don't like doing that, but I'm thinking we could, if we lose this area, uh, I mean, we're definitely sloping upwards. We're definitely above the order flow bar moving average because it just uses the Heikin-Ashi smoothed out to a non-EMA. Uh, I'm looking over at the NQ also. I mean, I don't know. We could try and do something here. I mean, are they going to go test them 85s? That's what I'm wondering. We had some volume pick up in this area. Might try and go test that area. Um, we lose that 80, 76, 80, you just got to cut the trade. You just got to cut the trade if you kind of lose that area. We really need to be building out. We need to pick up the volume. You need to pick up the pace, ES, NQ. Somebody do something in this stinking market. Do something. We got a little bit of volume. We got some delta kicking in. We got the NQ delta kicking in. You're going to go test them 85s. I know you want them, boys. Go get them. You want them, go get them. But you ain't. You're sitting there just stalling, starting to get balanced. Come on, you know you want them 85s, boys. Yeah, I don't know. This is not good. Taking too long. Plus, the previous bar, we kind of just don't have it, to be quite honest. We're losing that volume. We need to pick up the pace there, ES. Pick up the pace, NQ. Pick up the pace. 2 o'clock. You need to pick up the pace. Wow, this is taking way too long. I normally cut this stuff when it takes this stinking long. All right. Well, at least I'm see, this is why I downsize when I trade late afternoon when I've already made a profit. I've already made a profit in the account that I'm trading. So I went on ahead and just cut half of it because I'm like, I just don't like this. So I just reduced my risk. I don't want to give back too many profits, but then I just don't want to be out of the trade if it runs. So I just take a small loss and I'm leaving half on, and I'm not trading my full size. Uh, because I've already made profit in this account that I'm trading. I don't want to give it back. – 2 o'clock. Isn't something supposed to happen at 2 o'clock? No. Yeah, you got the volume filling out, but it's just not. Yeah, I'm out of the stinking thing. I gave a little bit of money back, not very much. I just don't. Yeah, I should have cut it when I was break even because it wasn't moving. But this is what happens in late afternoon. So if you make money, like I made money in this account, and then I just cut the trade because I don't want to give money back that I've already made. Oh, okay. Do do do. Make a little money on that. So this is what I did. We had that 176 right there. You had where's that other one? Yeah, you had that 122 seller. You had that 176. Kind of squeezed that out a little bit, and we popped, and we kind of, and then I kind of got in late, and I thought for sure we would pop up here to 85 and get myself about 2-3 points on the ES. But what I did was I downsized because I was trading an account that I'm already profitable in. It's late afternoon, so I jumped down to the micros and traded about half my size, a little bit less than half my size, uh, because I don't want to give back too much profits. And then once we come down to this area, and then I saw this candle right here in this area. We had a run up, we had a little pullback on this right here, and I saw that green right there. Once I saw we were breaking that, and then I saw that big volume right there, and then I got to thinking, I was like, you know what, I really need to trade because Bullnox and most of these other firms do. Once these other prop firms do, Bullnox has a thing where you have to trade your funded accounts like I don't know 5 days or something, and then they'll actually get deactivated, and it's a bunch of BS to be quite honest. Um, but I had to get a trade day. It's called a trade day. I had to get a trade day in one of my funded accounts, so I didn't want to trade a full mini ES mini, so I just traded half my size of the micros, and then I kind of jumped in here, and then I just sold it. Once we popped into that area right there where we had those offers sitting, I just went on ahead and closed it out. Took some money, made a little pocket change, got a trade day on the ES, was trading the micros about half my size of what I do with the minis. And that's the thing. If you make money during the day, you want to keep trading. Like I got two accounts, two eval accounts green. I've got a funded account green. I got a trade day on that funded account so it doesn't get deactivated. Uh, and I lose the the stuff I got in it. Uh, do. Yeah. So when you're green in an account and you still want to trade and it's late afternoon, just jump down. If you trade many, just jump down to some micros, like 3 or 4 or 5 micros, 3 to 5 micros. That way you're not giving back. If you take a few losers, you're not giving all your profits back. And you got to know when to quit. Like let's say you have one eval and you're up like $500. Okay, and it's late afternoon and you start trading. Well, just jump down to micros or something, okay? And then start trading those. But once you start losing, once you give back like $100 and you're down 400, you really need to be thinking, do I want to keep trading? And if you're down 300, then you really need to stop. Okay, and don't get back the profits that you made. Okay, just move on. It's another day. Just move on. It's 2 o'clock. We had a little inside bar right there. You know, and we had a break of it. You know, we got a little sell and balance area right there going on. We got a little sell and balance area. We got a little. I'm switching this back over to the resting orders of 75. We got a sell and balance. Uh, we got a buy and balance area right there, but it's just little and not enough. We got some good volume in that area, but it's just not enough for me, to be quite honest. It's just not enough. Uh, uh, mhm. Yeah, the buy and balance. If you got in on a buy and balance at 8.5, you got like 86 and a half. Got a point out of that so far. If you lose this area right here, you got to get out. Uh, Order flow bar movement average kind of moved up. More than likely, we bounced off of it. Uh, So if you lose this area right here and you start losing this right here, you got to get out because that's an area that we could travel back down pretty quickly. You just got to get out. On a market like today, you're trading the ES and you get a point, just sell some and move to a break even. You got more selling than anything in this bar right here. You got more selling than anything. If you look at that, you got a lot more selling than buying. Uh, and again, it's like an inside bar. We break that low, we more than likely travel down to 82. Yeah. Okay, let's shut that out. Uh, why is that 150 ticks? Are you crazy? Are you crazy? And I told you, but you don't. Hmm. Put a float bar moving average. We'll just set it to 9. I just want to see what it's like on the ES. Yeah. Here, I'll be right back. I gotta go do something real quick. Marketing doing very much. I'll be right back. All right. Okay. Oh boy. Ain't nothing going on. Ain't nothing going on with that buying balance either. You got like what, a point off of that on the ES? Ain't nothing. Actually, a point's like $50. A couple contacts, $100. Hey, it builds your account slowly. Get the evals passed, build it up. You didn't. I don't see an email from uh Zero Print. Yeah, if you're trying to order flow pulse add-on, I tested it and I traded it with my I tested it with my Razer laptop, my old Razer laptop, to see if it would install. And I was able to install it. So I don't know what issue you could be having. I need to see the error. Let's go to let's go to gold. Let's look at the gold. There we go. So we're trading below. That's a 1 minute. That's a 1 minute right there. We're trading below order flow bar moving average on the ES, as you can see right there. We're trading below it. Yeah, we're not really doing very much. Where did I take that trade? No, it wasn't on that one. Oh, it was on this one right here. It was around this area right here. I took that trade, and then we came up here, and then I just cut it for like a point or a little over a point. I think it was a point and a half. Yeah, not much is going on, guys. Some people sitting on the bid. Nothing, folks. Nothing. We got 36 cell contracts kicked off on the NQ right here on the big chart. That's a sell. The order flow bar moving average is sloping down on the 1 minute on the NQ. The problem is that it's sloping down on the 1 minute, but if you look at the 5 minute right here, we're kind of sloping upwards, and you could be bouncing off of that. You had a sell and bounce that got absorbed. You got persistent sellers. You got that sell contract there that could get absorbed. So, that's not really a decent trade to be taken, to be quite honest. It's not a trade to be taken. You got to put the odds in your favor. 1 minute, yeah, sloping down. It's like 220. Yeah, it could break down all the way down and get about 20 points, but and if you do want to try it, just make sure you do it with smaller size. If you just want to trade it, just do it with smaller size. If it's not an ideal trade, you can always just go down to smaller size. Let's say you trade 1 mini, you can always go down to like 3 to 5 micros. At least if it pays off, you make a little bit. Yeah. Did that look? Yeah, so we're breaking down on that right there. If you broke down on 31, you need to get down to about 21 down in this area really to get 10 points out of this trade. And you got that ledge right there on the beds right up in here. You need to break through that. You need to break through. And right now they're refreshing it because you look at the size right there. They're refreshing it on the histogram. See how they're refreshing it? And we're moving up. It means the offers are not able to really push them down. It's not, like I said, it really wasn't an ideal trade. Could it pan out? We might actually close right here. We got about 30 seconds, and we can close this bar as an inside bar, and you get the break right there of At the 26 or even 0 and a quarter, you might be able to get a flush. You just might. You got some buying up in there that got absorbed. You know, you might be able to close. You got about 10 seconds to close this. To be an inside bar, you had some nice selling. If you break that low, you might be able to come down here. Maybe get yourself 10 points, 5, 10 points. Late in the day, downsize. Okay, we got an inside bar right there. Got an inside bar right there. You need to see. The offers getting big and the bids down here. Really need to see them start pushing down, pushing down. You don't want to see those bids getting refreshed. Okay, you really don't want to see them getting refreshed. That's what you want to see. You want to see them moving down. But moving down on low volume, the sellers really need to pick up the volume right there in that area right there. Because if you got in on that break at like 0 and a quarter I mean, it really, really needs to break down. It really needs to break down. Got in 0 and a quarter, and you get to 15. Like right now, if I was in this trade, I'd be moving to a break even. Just manage the trade, maybe taking off a little bit right here, just because the way today has been working out. I'd just be taking a little bit off right here, maybe 8 points. Take a little bit off, move to a break even. There's no reason to take a full stop out. You got them. You got the volume kicking in. That's the bad thing. What's the ES doing? Yeah, we had an inside bar on ES. Okay, now, boom. There we go. Maybe you sold a little bit, but you held half of it. Now you keep managing the trade and start moving the stop down. If you start moving the stop down, you get out right here and you move the stop down. You can move that stop down to above right here at 010. Right there above 010. Because if you get above that, well, like I'm saying, if you get above that, you could be traveling back upwards. And that volume is starting to fill out. So it looks like it's starting to travel back upwards. So you really, if you got in at 020, got out, you got yourself about 20 points if you got the bottom, but you're not always going to get the bottom. You're not always going to get the bottom, but can you get yourself 10, 15 points? Absolutely. On this trade, absolutely. You can easily get yourself 10 points on that trade. Get yourself about $200. I mean, why not? Oh, why not? The ES kind of did the same thing. You're at 79. You got yourself about 4 points. You got about yourself about 4 points. Got yourself about $200 on the ES right there. Yeah, 50 contracts that kicked off on ES. It looks like they got absorbed right there. ES got absorbed right there. So I don't want to be trading the fund that I've already traded that. Today's not the day to be doing that. I just needed a trade day on that. Alrighty. Okay. Well, it's not really doing much. Wow. Market is just so stinking slow. I can't believe this. There's nothing going on. I made a little bit of money today, but come on. This is just getting out of hand. I wish they'd do something with the economy, do something because this market is just, it's not even trending. It's just doing nothing for the past month. I mean, either go up or down. It's just consolidating. You mother effer. You mother effer. Well, the market is really not doing much today. I mean, I'm green for the day, but it's just stupid, ridiculously slow. FOMC meeting. We got uh expiration week. It's just stupid slow. I don't even know why I'm streaming, to be quite honest. I need to be doing other things. It's just kind of. I mean, the one good thing is I'm testing the order flow bar moving at. I mean, the order flow bars indicator, and it's working pretty good. I mean, it is actually working pretty decent. I think I fixed the issue. Come on, do something, you stinking piece of junk. Um, I mean, the good thing is I did fix the order flow bar indicator, so that's been running all stinking day, which is pretty nice. But this market is just. This is like this. Reminds me of trading the friggin' bond market. And the bond market put me to sleep. That's why I had to stop trading it. I mean, the bond market put me to sleep. It is what it is, I guess. This government just doesn't want to get their head out of their ass. 240. Give me a break. This thing has been just for the past month. This market has just been horrendous. with the if you look at the daily, the market has just been horrendous with the balance consolidation. It is just we're not in a trending market, and I get frustrated when we're not doing that because I'm a trend trader. Yeah, I'm a scalper during the day, but the market's got to be trending. Uh, this week is last week was a good week for me. Last week was a good week. This week is just horrible because it's expiration week. You got FOMC meeting on Wednesday. You got Monday. I got so bored yesterday that I had to stinking trade at the last hour during power hour, and I took an account and I lost a little bit of money. And today I made that money back in that account. Then I got well, I got a funded account that I traded today. That's at least it's green. Um, but nothing's going on. And this is just, and plus I'm trying to stream, trying to show the indicator that I developed. Market ain't doing nothing but sitting on this. Mm. I mean, this is really frustrating. I could be spending my time in late afternoon building out the indicator more and getting another update. Thank you, little SOB. Oh my word. See, all you gotta do is just bitch and moan a little bit and the market will move. Um, now it's back to doing nothing. Got all them offers sitting up there. They ain't gonna move. You got all them offers on the ES. They ain't moving. I mean, daggone, when it pops a point like that and you see all that volume, then you get all excited, you know you're in a slow daggone market when you're doing that kind of crap. Why you opening my office door? Okay, well, excuses. Bye bye. My kid just opened the office door. She knows not to do. When she's 5 years old, she knows not to do it. Come on, man. She knows not to do it when the office door is shut, but she did anyways. And then she didn't close it. 5-year-old kid, what are you gonna do? 5-year-old kid, what are you gonna do? My God, this market is killing me. This is like trading the bond market again. This is like trading the stinking bond market all over again. I mean, you really want to trade, if you really want to trade a slow market, go trade the bonds. Go trade the twos and the fives. That's what, if you want to know what the trading the bond market is like, it's this. If you want to know what trading the bond market is like, it's this right here. So I sold half my position when we got that little pop right there. It's like, come on. I mean, I might as well just trade the bond market. I might as well just trade the stinking bond market, to be quite honest. We got it. Yeah. It's like trading the bond market all over again. Oh well, it is what it is. You got a lot of offers up there sitting up there, man. We got a lot to break through. I don't think you can do it. Yes, I don't think you got it in you. You ain't got enough gas in your tank to even do that. Sometimes it's just better to just cut the trade and just wait until it pops. Sometimes it's just better to cut the trade and wait till it pops. I mean, we had this pop. It had to pop right here, and I sold half. I mean, it's like trading bond market all over again, and that put my butt to sleep. We've been in consolidation mode on the daily for about a month now. This is starting to get ridiculous. The world leaders need to get their head out of their asses and start getting this world back to where it was. I mean, what about the good old days? What about the good old days? And I ain't talking about no Obama or or the Obamas, the Trumps. I'm talking about the good old days. The good old days is when Bill Clinton was in office. That was the that was a man's man right there, Bill Clinton. That was a man's man right there. You give him a box of cigars in the Tender app, and he'll be fine up in the Oval Office. The economy will be good. He'll be fine with a box of cigars in the Tender app. Just let the man be the man. We need Bill Clinton back, folks. We don't need no stinking Obama. We don't need no stinking Trump. We don't need no stinking Bushes. We don't need no warmongers. We need Bill Clinton back in the office. All right, come on there, market. This is like trade. It's like this is like it's like trading the bonds all over again. Like, oh my god, it went up 2 ticks. I wonder if I should take a profit now. It went up 2 ticks. 2 ticks. I think it went up 2 ticks in the past hour. Maybe I should go ahead and take my profits. That's what it's like trading the bonds. Exactly this crap right here. See, here's the stupid thing. I've already took a little bit of profits. Here's the crazy thing. If I sell my other half, this SOB will run 10 points on me on the ES. I know it will. That's why I ain't doing it. I'll take a stinking small loss on this stupid thing just so it don't do that to me. Just so it don't do that to me. Come on. You were up there when I took the profits before. Come on. You can do it. Come on, look at that. Look at that. Ain't nothing stopping you. Just get up there to the 79s and just test them. You know you want it, but you ain't got enough gas. You know you want it. I wonder how Trump did with the Irish Prime Minister. I wonder how Trump did with the old Irish Prime Minister. Oh boy. Oh, he's a politician. You know what he's going to say. We had a wonderful conversation. We're the best of friends. We had a fantastic conversation. Everything is looking up. Of course, a politician's going to say that. What do you think he's going to tell you? You think he's going to tell you the conversation was crap and I farted in front of him in the Oval Office? You think he's going to tell you that? No. No, he ain't going to tell you that. Everything is fine. Everything's fine, folks. Nope, don't worry about it. Everything's fine, folks. The economy is roaring and the stock market is just is the best that it's ever been. BS. Get Bill Clinton back in the office. You'll see the economy rolling. A box of cigars in the tender app. Man, everybody be rich. All right, come on, let's go. I'm talking stupid now. Come on, let's go. Push. Been consolidating for regular. Holy smokes! We got movement, folks. We got 104 contracts on the ES. That was one execution. Lord have mercy. That is about the most action I've seen all damn week. Well, if you haven't already, just go ahead and go to orderflowbars.com, download the indicator, the add-on. When the market comes back, you might be able to make some money. Go ahead and download it while it's free. Do a little paper trading, do a little eval trading. Don't be trading no funded account because the market will chop the living crap out of you, chop you up like a sushi chef. Listen, you 104s, either shit or get off the pot. Well, it looks like they're crapping. I told them, take a crap or get off the pot. Well, I guess they're taking a crap and getting off the pot. Look at this. This is ridiculous. I mean, it's only been 20 minutes, but it feels like an hour. Feels like all day. Look at that crap. Ain't nothing going on, folks. Ain't nothing going on. Look at that. That's the ES. That's the action of the ES. I only got a 1 minute candlestick. That's the action of the ES. Here, let's flip this over. Let's flip this over to a 5 minute. Look at that action. Ain't that some beautiful action right there? That is some fantastic action right there. That kind of looks like the bond market to me. I used to fall asleep at my desk trading the bond market. I would lose money. I'd wake up and be like, oh my God, I fell asleep. I lost money. Oh my God, I fell asleep. I made money. Lord have mercy. Look, like I said, shit or get off the pot there, ES. It took a dump, then I guess it's back on. I don't know what it's doing. All right, I'm out of this friggin' thing. I'm so sick and tired of dealing with it. That account's profitable. That trade was profitable. Barely, but it was profitable. Oh, my word. I had to close it because of boredom, to be quite honest. I mean, let's look at the NQ. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Almost a half hour of doing nothing. Traveling like maybe what, 10 points? I need to coat myself a ruler. Look at that crap. When did I get in that stinking trade? I can't remember now. I was so stinking bored out of my mind. Can't remember. Yeah. A couple points is better than nothing. Oh, yeah, go ahead and run without me. Go ahead and run your little 10 points on your ES. Now that I'm out of the trade, you can go ahead and run. 'Cause I got tired of you. I took my couple points and heading home. Yep, we ain't doing much anything, folks. We got power hour coming. Yeah, you know what happened yesterday during power hour? I got bored and started, and I had a brain fart, and I started clicking buttons, and I ended up with a negative account yesterday during power hour. This morning, I got that account back to green, then I got another account back to green, got a funded account a little bit green. Lord have mercy, don't have a brain fart today and start clicking buttons during the last hour. I've been trading for 10 years, and this is just, trading's awesome. You come in the office, you don't know what kind of crap's going to happen. Especially with old Trump in the office. Old Trump in the office, man, you don't know what's going to happen that day. You wake up one day, you don't know what's going to happen. That man could say a stupid tweet and goes out, market rallies or dumps. He'd go bombing. He'd go, "Hey, go Delta Force, go over there and capture that leader of that South American country right there." Yep. All right, we got him. You don't know what's going to happen. You don't know. All right, let's go, let's go bomb Iran and get the oil sky high. You have no idea what's going to happen. The man could fart in the Oval Office and the market will run. I ain't never seen a president that could move the market like him. Back in the good old days when Bill Clinton was in office, the economy was good, the market was really decent. We were really good. We need the old Bill Clinton back in office. Box of cigars in the Tender app, and the man will be happy. Everybody will be happy. You know, could you imagine Bill Clinton in the office with the Tender app the way it is now? Oh my word! That the Oval Office would not be the same. Oh my word. It would not be the same. Oh, Bill Clinton, the man's man. Uh, the thing is, I don't even like Democrats. I don't even like Republicans. I hate them both. I hate anybody that don't look at you square in the face and just tell you the God's honest truth. I just can't stand somebody like that. And politicians are like that. That's why I can't stand them. None of them. Strange thing is, I worked for Booz Allen Hamilton in Washington, D.C., so I worked for the government. Ain't that crazy? Did that for 15 years. Well, we back to square one. We back to square one again. Look at that. We back to square one again. What about the NQ? Back to square one again. Look at that. Same old thing. Same old thing. When I saw that 104 right there, I'm like, oh yeah, let's giddy up. And then all of a sudden, I told it to crap or get off the pot, and then it took a crap, and then get off the pot. Boom, and it ran up. And then I took some profits. How long did that take me? Oh my word, I can't remember when I got in. Wait a minute, I got in down here when it was right up in here. That's what I remember, right there. It was right there, up in that area. I took half off. Okay, I took half off because I was just stinking bored of the trade. I took half off. Yep. Then we had that 104, and I thought for sure we were going to pop, and then we dumped, and then we popped, and then we popped, and I sold some right up in this area. As soon as we popped, I saw that thin volume. I'm like, I'm out. I was out on that thin volume. That's what you got to do. That's what you got to do. You got to get out when you see the volume kind of drying up. You got to start thinking, okay, I'm out. You got to start thinking where you're going to be getting out. I knew where I was going to take my full stop out. I knew where I was going to take it. Uh, yeah. Oh boy. Look at this volume. This is stupid, ridiculous. Uh, I'm trading the June contracts because the June contracts have come back. Nope, I'm in the wrong one. Wrong website there. Wrong. Someone made a comment. Yeah, oh, in there. Yes, I already read that comment. Here, let's go to CME since market ain't doing nothing. Power hour. Market ain't doing nothing. The reason, when you're trading and you want to know when to flip over, when you want to know when you want to flip over, here, let's go to the NAS. Let's go to the old NAS. Let's look at the NAS. Let's look at the E-mini. I don't look at the micros. I will trade micros, but I trade them off the chart of the minis, and I look at the minis here. But when you look at a calendar, when you click on calendar right here, and you look at March, and then you can say first trade day, last trade day. Last trade day is the 20th of March. Well, that's in a few days here, but we got June right here. So uh June. Okay, we got the June, and then we got the wait a minute. Is this E-mini NASDAQ calendar? Yeah. Okay, so you got the March, and then you got the June. Okay, so June 2026. But you come over here to the volume, and then you look at volume, and you look at this, and you're like, okay, March 16th. That was yesterday. Well, that's when I started trading them because we kind of flipped over, and I'm like, yeah, the volume's there because I was looking at it pre-market, comparing the volume charts between the both. And I was like, okay, the volume's there. And then the June, you can see there's 440,000 contracts, and then in the March contracts, it was 412. So when you see that on Monday, when you see that the volume is getting pretty close to there, that's when you can flip over. Okay, you don't need to trade it like the day before expiration, where it's not needed. Uh, that's how you can tell when you want to switch over. Oh, we got a 50 sell contract. Okay. We got a 50 sell contract, but we got it right here in the stinking middle of a balanced market right here because the ES decided to sell off a little bit, find some value at about 1420, 25, about 1425, find some value right there. And we just been in a balance area. We kind of poked our head out right here, and then we got smacked down. And we're trying to poke our head back out of there. Are we going to get that 50, that old 50 lot taking heat? So you had a 50 here, you had a 50 there, you got 100 buys, you got 54 sells, you got 50 lot there. That right there is one order execution, folks. That is one order execution. That is one order execution right there, 50. That's either an institution market maker. Because the market makers, the institutions are like, hey, we got to sell 10,000 contracts. And then the market makers be like, okay, we'll take them off your hands. And then they'll take them. And then they'll hedge against them. And then the market makers will unload them throughout the day. That's how the game's played. That's why you can see, and I got a video out there on my site. We got a sell and bounce on the ES right here. We got a sell and bounce right here. And I have it set to a bounce of 400% in the levels of 3. So we got a sell imbalance right here. And we had real thin volume and then we kind of sold off. So you got to take that with a grain of salt, to be quite honest. Just look where we're at. We're in the balanced market. We're right there in the stinking middle. I ain't doing nothing. I'm not going to do anything. What I would like to see, I mean, that 50 contract, and then he took a little bit of heat. I mean, he didn't, yeah, he took some heat up here. I mean, I don't know. I can't be buying off of that. It needs to come down here into this area, and we need to see a large buy order and then a close above it, and then for me to actually play off the back of that large buyer, like a 104. If the 104 kind of kicked off right down here, that's awesome because you can play off the back of that 104 of the buy. And because if we break the low of that, you might want to think about getting out. You want to use the institutions and the market makers when they're slinging around some size. And to be quite honest, 50 and 100 is not really some large size for the ES. For the NQ, yeah, 100 size, that's pretty good for the NQ. For the ES, you can do a lot better than that. But they're not going to be doing that because it's FOMC tomorrow, 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock is FOMC meeting tomorrow. Let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at this. You got Trump with the Irish Prime Minister at 11. That already happened. 12:10, Trump and Friends Ireland luncheon. At 5:20, you got Trump and Shamrock Bowl presentation, blah, blah, blah. At 8:30, you got PPI, year over year, month over month. You got PPI at 8:30 tomorrow morning. That might move it a little bit. Factory orders at 10 o'clock. That could move some stuff. You got crude oil inventories. I mean, I don't trade crude oil. I tried to scalp crude oil and I kind of suck at it. And then I tried to do future calendar spreads on crude oil, and I kind of broke even. So I kind of sucked at that too. I mean, so I went back to my old tried and true ESNQ. So at 2 o'clock, you got the median rate forecast, the current. Then at 2 o'clock, FOMC rate statement. That's the big one. That's the big one. 2 o'clock, U.S. interest rate decision. 2 o'clock, FOMC rate statement. 2 o'clock, folks, 14:30 FOMC press conference with Powell. That's when the old fart starts running in his mouth. And then that's what can move the market is when the old fart starts speaking. And no, I ain't talking about Trump. I'm talking about Powell, the old fart. Yeah, this is seriously reminds me of trading the bonds. I'd fall asleep at my desk, wake up, either make money or lose money. Like, oh my word, so slow I fell asleep. Okay, so what we got going on here? Got a little sell off. Where are you going? We got right here. Boom. If we look at this right here is a 5 minute. On the 5 minute, we got the ES on the 5. We got the ES June on a 5 minute. This yellow line is the order flow bar moving average. It's free. It's free to download. Actually, all the stuff is free to download for right now. For right now, the moving average always going to be free. It's basically a Heiken-Ashi, uh, smoothed out with a non-EMA. That's just what this is. I'm taking the Heiken-Ashi data, and that's what Heiken-Ashi stands for, is average bar in Japanese, and then I'm smoothing it out with the non-EMA. When that is sloping downwards the way that it is, you're looking for shorts, and when you're below it, like we are now, you're looking for shorts. Okay, if you come over here to the 1 minute and you click on 1 minute, well, it's the same thing. You're looking for shorts there, folks. You had an inside bar right there on that one. That would have been a pretty decent short. Let's take a look at this right here. Okay. You had an inside bar right there. Oop, wrong way. You had an inside bar right there. It was pretty green. When you break that low right there with volume, well, inside bars are nice to trade. And you break that low right there and you kind of going down. I didn't want to do that because, for one, if you did that, you're right here in the middle of this consolidation. I just don't like doing crap like that. I like it when it's like, okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Let's come back here and look at this. Let's come back here and look at this. Wait a minute. Where was it? Where was it? Yeah, it was this right here. So more than likely, the order flow bar moving average was kind of sloping down. As you can see, where it was as about 420, 1420, 1420. So 1420 was this green bar right here. That's an inside bar. The order flow bar moving average is sloping down. So when you get an inside bar like that, I really like that because when you break it, you can start a position. When you break that low right there, you can add to your position. Your cost average down here, and you go on down. It's the same thing when it's sloping upwards. You do the same thing when it's sloping upwards. Let's see if we can't find one. We might not be able to because the market is such a turd today. Market is such a turd today. Well, this is not an inside bar. That's just a micro pullback. That's at 920. See, the market's a turd. Um, it's not cooperating today. But see, when you broke that area right there, you could have gotten in, and then when you broke this area, it didn't have a whole lot of offers right there lit up. I mean, a whole lot of bids there lit up. So you kind of go down. You go in. Let's say you go in at 79, and then you cover at 75. You get yourself about 4 points. That's about a $200 move on the ES. Or you trade it way back here like that too. Where was it? Maybe not. Let me just go right here. Well, you had another inside bar right there too, and then you kind of got yourself maybe 2 points right there, 1 or 2 points in this. Inside bars, you really got to look at inside bars. It'd be kind of hard to trade that just because you're right there in the stinking middle. It needs to be sloping downwards, kind of like this, kind of like this. And these order flow bar moving average really needs to be sloping downwards. We just, we kind of sold off. We had some doji candles, and then we kind of broke those. We kind of had a little bounce market for a few minutes, and then we sold that off. And you had the inside bar. Inside bars are awesome to trade, especially if you're in a trend. But today you got to be really quick. At least I was. I got 3 accounts that I traded. I got one that's pretty green. I got a funded account that's green. I got an eval that was green, then red. Now it's green again. So, yeah. I think tomorrow we're going to have some pretty good movement tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be a very, very, very interesting day because in the morning it might move a little bit. They're going to shuffle around. They're going to do their thing, and then around lunchtime it's just going to get dead. More than likely, more than likely. I could be wrong. Who knows? The market is a wild beast. More than likely, it's just going to be really calm, and then when the rate decision comes out, and it hits the market, it's going to go all crazy. Okay, and then when the old fart starts speaking, old pal, when he starts speaking, he might say something stupid, and the market will dump, or he might say something good, and the market will rally. Who knows? Then you can make money on that. But what I would really suggest is you do not trade a funded account tomorrow. Okay, just trade an eval because if you blow it up, it's an eval. It's not a funded account. Um, that's just my suggestion. The only reason I traded a funded account today is because I needed a trade day for Bullnox. Because Bullnox, if you don't trade them, I guess 5 days or something, you go 5 or 7 days, they kind of send you a nasty email or they just shut you down. I don't know. It's the way these prop firms are. These fake prop firms, they put out all these BS rules and everything. That's why you need to use them. You need to use them. Don't be saying that. You need to use them and just get get your money. Get use these prop firms. Learn how to trade. Get your money. Put it into a personal account and start building up the personal account. Okay, and use these prop firms for that. That's what I do when you get the payouts and I throw it into my personal account. Right now, I mean, I was trading with Iron Beam, and then I traded. Now I'm trading with the Ninja Trader. Uh, Years ago, I traded with Daniels. They were really nice. deal with. But I kind of threw some money into Ninja Trader because I'm building out these indicators for Ninja Trader and I'm trading on it. So I was like, yeah, okay, I'll throw some money in there. That's what you need to do with these prop firms. You need to pass the evals, grind up the funded account slowly, get some payout, fund a personal account, build that personal account up with the money you make from these fake prop firms, and then start slinging around micros. Learn how to trade. Don't be, prop farming. I mean, you can prop farm if you want to and try to get a payout. Uh, but just learn how to trade, get consistent with the payouts. They don't have to be huge, and put it into a personal account. Once you feel comfortable trading, then trade a personal account. Trade a personal account for a little bit. You know, if you make some profits, that's good. If you start giving a little bit back, shut it down. Don't trade it. Shut it down. Go back to the evals and fund it. Get yourself some payout. Put it back into your personal. Try to get some profits on that and go back and forth. Before you know it, one day you might just be trading a personal account and just tell the prop firms to screw off with their crazy rules. Okay, so right here, I want to show something right here. Right here. Okay, so what did we do right here? Right here, what did we do? Okay, we were just bouncing around, just blah, 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 just bouncing around. I took a trade up in here because I was bored, and then we got up in here, and I got myself a point on the ES. I sold half, took a little bit of heat right here, and then I sold it up in here after I told the 104 to either crap or get off the pot. Then it took a crap. I took a little heat, and then it bounced right back up. And then I sold my stuff. Um, but what I want to show you, it's not an ideal trade. It's really not an ideal trade. But what I want to show you is what absorption looks like. And you probably already spot it right here. Oh, we got some offers sitting up there. That's pretty large offers too. That's about 800 contracts sitting up there. That's pretty interesting. And then it just went away, you little spoofer. Um, boy, oh boy, oh boy. Yes, it's illegal, but you can't prove it. It's kind of like a politician. Whatever, don't go there. Yeah, we ain't getting filled on nothing. It's on low volume. We'll probably come back down to the 78 area, 78 area right here. That's where the volume was. There was nothing there. Those 800 contracts. But let's take a look about this. So we kind of sold off a little bit, and then we kind of ran up, and then we kind of sold off a little bit. I had some decent selling volume coming down. And what did you see down here? You see this lit up a little bit with the blue. Okay, it lit up a little bit on the blue, and we came right down here, and we couldn't sell anymore. We didn't break through it. And then you had an inside bar right here, and you had more buying than selling. So when you break that area right there, you can get in here, and then once you start trading, and once you start seeing this right here, where it's thinly traded, you might want to start taking some profits. Right here, I would have been taking at least half off and move to a break even. Realistically, when you get a pop from like here to like, let's say that's 72 and you get a pop up here to 74, that's 2 points. What you need to do is probably move yourself to a break even and peel a little bit off and pay yourself. Okay. Once you start coming back down, you might want to sell another contract. Okay. And then if you're up in this area, you really want to think about it because that's really low volume, but we kind of ran. That's why you want to try and keep a runner on. And if you can't sling around 2 or 3 minis on the ES, you might want to just jump to about 10, 15 micros and just go ahead and trade like 5 at a time. Okay? It's perfectly fine. Build an account slowly. When you start getting consistent like this, because usually my batting average is between 65 to 75%. That's usually what my batting average is. Okay? I take small trades. I just get base hits. On an ES, a base hit is like 2 or 3 points. That's a base hit. A home run's like 10 points. Okay, you got 72, you got 82 up here. That's a nice home run. On the NQ, 50 to 100 points is a nice home run. But on the NQ, what are you looking for? 10, 15, 20 points. Okay, those are just base hits. but they add up so much. I mean, on the NQ, you get 10 points on a mini. That right there is like $200. You do like a handful of them base hits, and you're sitting at $1,000. Let's say it takes you 2 or 3 days to get that because you're sitting there for 2, 3 hours waiting for 1 or 2 trades. Well, you just gotta be disciplined to do that, that's all. But this is what absorption looks like. We kinda sold off, we have some selling right here, and then the selling stopped, and then we couldn't break through, okay? And then they got a little scared and everything. What I really like to see, what absorption really is that we needed to see a large seller up here, maybe 100 contracts kick off right here on this candle right here, and we don't break that low. And then this candle opens up and we don't break the low right there. Or if we do break it and then we shoot right back up in there, that is absorption, and then you can go ahead and test the waters, but if you break that low and you really come off with some volume, you gotta cut the trade. You gotta be disciplined and cut the trade. You can test the waters right up in here. Let's say there was large 50, 100 contracts that got kicked off. You start trading, you see that nice big green volume candle. Do a starter position. We break it, you add to it. And you come up here, you get yourself about 2, 3 points, and you start peeling some off. That is how the game is played. At least that's how I've been playing it for quite a while. But this right here, we just came down there and bounced off. I really like to see a large player right there. I got a video out on my site that talks about that. It was actually a pretty recent video about trap sellers, and then the price exploded. That was on the NQ. Take a look at NQ. Did it happen on NQ? No, because NQ's just been a turd all day. No, nothing happened on NQ. It's just been turding all day. Yeah, I don't know if you're still here there, Zero Print, but just if you're having problems, just send me a screenshot. Send me a screenshot if you're having problems. With an add-on, it's gonna ask you, do you trust the source? And you have to click yes, and then it will ask you because what it does with an add-on has to compile, and because it's building out to on the menu system here at the very bottom, it says OFB Pulse. If you're installing the Pulse add-on, it'll say, do you want to compile this? And you have to say yes, because it has to build the menu out for it. And then I'll probably more than likely ask you to restart. Then you click restart and you just restart it. And then in the menu system, when you click on new, you'll see OFB Pulse. In the future, what I'm going to be doing in the future is on the main Ninja Trader window, possibly after chat, I'm just going to have a window up there that says OFB or I I mean, where do most add-on developers put their stuff? What menu? Is it in the new? Is it in tools? I don't even know where they put it. Do they probably don't create a whole new window, but hey, later on this year, I would like to start look. I've actually looked into it about building out my own. Whenever you see that window go blank like that, I don't know what that is. I think it's me just messing around. You got to double click and it brings it right back. I got to look into that why it does that. Let me actually make a note of that. What is that? Order flow pulse. Let's make a note of that. Make a note of that. Order flow pulse. So if you go to the site, here, let me type it in. Uh, it's download. You get a free license key. It's going to be free. Here, let me write this out. Orderflowbars.com. Um, yeah, it works. It's going to be free until next month, and then the main indicator, order flow bars indicator, this one right up here, this one is going to be released because this is pretty stable. This is going to be released. I think I fixed most of the stuff with that. What I'd like to do right now, the bubble profile, that's just a bubble profile. What I'd like to do is have the setting inside the settings. So when you go into settings here, when you go into settings here, the bubble minimum volume has to be 30 in order for a bubble to show up. You can change that if you want. But that's what this bubble profile goes off of. It goes off of the volume of 30 or more. But I'm going to have it down here, bubble volume profile, where it just says volume right there, the volume profile, where you can actually put in like one. Has to be at least one volume or whatever. Or you can put in 50 and only the bars were with 50 or more contracts are going to show up. So you'll be able to like put whatever you want in there, to be quite honest. Once I get that set, I'm hoping to get that done this month. I got a couple weeks. But the DOM, if you look at the DOM here, the DOM is always there, and it's always going to be free for right now because right now it's OFB DOM prototype. It's a prototype. I kind of threw this out there because I have all the data. And I wanted to see how hard is it really to build out a DOM. And it really wasn't that difficult. You just had to put the columns in there, then the histogram. I kind of knew that, and then the heat map. I kind of built that with here. So I kind of reused some code to do that. And these prints right here on the DOM, they will show, and then after a while, they kind of fade away. The opacity will fade away after about a minute, and they'll just go away. This DOM, it's in a prototype. It's going to be in prototype for at least a few months because I need execution buttons down here. But it's only one of me, and I need a lot of stuff to do. So the DOM is going to be free for quite a few months until I get it locked down to a state where I feel it's okay. But the order flow bars indicator, that's good to go. And order flow pulse, there's some issues that I did fix with that. Well, we got 600 offers on ES at 78. So you got about 670, 72, 73 offers up there. That's pretty significant right there. That's pretty significant. As you can see right there, what I really would like to do is, maybe this is good enough. You can just move it around and see what it is. You see a large bar, and you can just move it around and be like, oh, 685. Okay. But we're right here in the middle of the consolidation, so there ain't much going on, to be quite honest. I just wouldn't be doing anything. But the order flow pulse, there's some stuff I want to wrap up with this. The order flow pulse, last night I refactored some code. Order flow pulse, blank screen. Here, let me, blank screen, double click, brings it back. Blank screen, 2x click. Good. Okay. Yeah, it should be Tradevate because I'm doing, Tradevate, I've mostly tested this with Rhythmic because that's what I deal with is Rhythmic on Bullnox, but I've tested this on Tradevate and it seems like it works fine for me that day on Tradevate. because I'm using the NinjaTrader ecosystem, and the market data, uh, the function, the code logic that I'm using from NinjaTrader, it just gets it from whatever connection you're connected to, okay? And it works with Rhythmic. I've tested it with Tradebate. It seems like it works there. I haven't tested it with IB or whichever ones. But if you do have a problem with it not working, you got to tell me which broker you're using and what data connection you're using, so I can at least test the data connection. But the DOM is going to be a few months, just because those order executions are going to take a while. And to be quite honest, I really want to get this order flow pulse locked down for next month. Do we still have them big resting orders up there? Yeah, 675. Um, so, and when this is actually, right now you can download it free and use it uh, for free. Uh, Next month, you'll be able to download it and install it, but you're going to need a license key next month for order flow bars indicator, and for the order flow pulse, you'll need it as well. But the price, I've been thinking about this. The price is going to be extremely cheap. I think it's for the first 200 people that want to support the project. It's going to be like $95 for a whole year. So, and I've only been working on this for like a few months. I've only been working on this for like well, mostly a couple months. I think I've been working on this. Uh, I mean, $95 for a whole year it comes out to like $8 a month. I mean, and the reason I'm doing that is because most new traders don't have $50, $100 to be spending on on a on something that does like heat maps and bubble traders. I mean, if you look at the order flow pulse, we have a live pulse indicator. We have NQ June 26th. Let's do a minimum volume of 1, and then we'll just do live pulse, and then you click apply. And that just shows you the live pulse. It just aggregates all the volume by cell volume within 100 milliseconds, and then it will show you. And if it's a very large order, it'll show you the price in there. Like that, that's like 7 contracts. Okay. That was like 7. Um, so the order flow pulse is pretty nice. Mm, that's last half hour. ES ain't doing nothing. We'll just close that down now. I'm done trading for today. I'm not going to get back any profits I made. I'm done. Let me close out the execution window. I use the basic execution window right here. Um, this is the live pulse. Here, let me close this out too. This right here is the live pulse. You can't just go back in history, but it just gives you a good resting orders have set to 10. You can see the bids and asks up here. There's like 17 right there. 23 up in here. So that's like a live pulse, and you have a heat map. If you really want the resting orders to see a lot of them, you can go like that. And yeah, so you can adjust the resting orders you want. I would suggest you really don't do this. This uses up a lot of resources. I would have to refactor the code because it slows it down a little bit. We have some pretty large resting order right there at 014. It just slows down the resources, to be quite honest. And once in the future, later this year, once this thing, if I can get enough people that really use this and they like it, then I'm going to refactor some code, and the performance of it is going to be even better, because what I'm using right now, this takes a lot of the CPU usage, and I've looked into this, and then what I can do is actually kind of do like a bitmap and then kind of cache the image of it and then render it with the GPU and use your graphics card on the GPU to be able to do the background here. That's how Bookmap does it. And uh, but right now I'm not doing it that way. I'm doing it very uh, basic way, and it's using the CPU. And of course, we have live pulse. You got 30-second, minute, 2 minute, and 5 minute. Once I get these launched out, what I'm going to do is start working on the DOM. Uh, oh, and I'm going to try and get that done this weekend. I got a VWAP, a free VWAP indicator that I'm going to be throwing up on the site as well. That's going to be free. It's going to have the volume weighted average price. You either choose from the overnight session or the New York session, or you can have both of the VWAPs on the chart. Uh, but the market's kind of slow. It really ain't doing much. We're just sitting there waiting for the government for a FOMC meeting. We got to wait to see what the rate decision is. And then they got to go, good or bad, up or down. The market will go up or down. Then Powell will start speaking. Then the market, he'll say something. Then the market will move. It's just the way it is. It's the way it's been all the time. I really wouldn't be trading the last 30 minutes just because look at this. You're flat line. You're flat line. This is a 5 minute. This yellow line is the order flow bar moving average. We are flat line. We are basically flat line. I would not go long or short, to be quite honest. Long or short. We are in no man's territory. We found value to the downside. We're in a balanced market. I would not be going anywhere, be doing anything. No longs, no shorts. When the moving average is sloping upwards like this, yes, you can go start catching longs on the 5 minute. When it's sloping down like this, start catching shorts. That's the way I like to have things aligned is a 1 minute and 5 minute. That's just the way I like it. 336. Let's see what the 350 algorithm does to us. And you have a clear button. You can sit there and clear it out if you want. And it starts all back over. We can go over here to the ES. Let's say we do a resting order of 25. And you just live pulse and you just click apply. This is going to do the ES. Now, 100 milliseconds, or if it needs to tick in order to be able to build another bubble. Right now, it'll be, yep, it says building another one. This is just basically, and this is the ES. We're looking at the bubble map on the ES. Let's look at 50. Where's 50? Let's look at 100. Boy, there ain't much going on, is there? 50. Yeah. The little bubbles ain't doing much, are they? So the bubbles, like that right there, that 36, it was 100 milliseconds. Like if you go 1,000, let's see another bubble. It's like every 100 milliseconds, it will actually calculate and see what it's like, how many it is. Do, do, do. It, the NQ kind of travels kind of fast, so that's why it's kind of low volume. When we have the user settings, I'm really going to have to set that. Well, the resting order is 50 up here. Let's go back to 8. Let's see what that's like. The user settings, I need to build out a cog wheel at the end right here. When you click on that, you can You can add in all the settings, like the minimum volume, large volume, resting orders, the bin. If you want to tick merge it, you have the mode is always going to be there, but the imbalancing levels will be in the user settings. And in the user settings, what I'm thinking about is changing the color of the background, but I might have to hold off on that because I might refactor the code to actually use the GPU and not the CPU because the rendering will be a lot quicker. It will be smoother. Okay. It will be a lot smoother. Stuff will run a lot smoother if I refactor the code and use the bitmap, uh, and then use the GPU to render. It will run a lot smoother. Uh, and you can just clear it out. Uh, the the live pulse mode, the live pulse mode does not keep a historical setting because you can't go back uh, historically. I mean, you kind of use a 30-second or 1 minute for that because it prints so many things on the screen. You really don't want to be keeping it like an hour past because that's just it's using up resources where it could be used elsewhere, and that data is really not needed when you can get it off of a higher time frame. So this is the market. I am so happy. Monday and Tuesday is gone. This is tomorrow is Wednesday. This will be a better day. We got FOMC. We'll see. Finally, see some stinking action. We're finally going to see some action tomorrow. Ugh, we're finally going to see some action. I'm about ready to fall asleep at my desk. I thought I was back trading the bond market. The bond market moves a couple ticks and you're like, whoop, gotta take profits. I mean, it's just crazy. It happens all the time. Every time FOMC meeting happens all the time. It's just bad that we're on expiration week and uh, we got FOMC meeting. It's just and for the past month, look at this daily. For the past month, look at this stinking daily. It's just been just up, down, up, down. It's just been all over the place, not going anywhere. That one red candle on the ninth, I think it was the ninth, that one green candle right there, I thought for sure we were breaking down. I thought for sure we were gonna lose it. I thought we were gonna crap the bed that day, but I guess we didn't. Yeah. So and also these bubbles right here, the bubbles on the live pulse and also on the main one right here. You see how the opacity is kind of light? That just shows you how much if the delta's light or heavy. Like right here, there's 20 down here. That's dark red. That means heavy delta on the red. Uh, right inside there, you can barely see it. But this red bubble right here, opacity, since it's really light, that means it's light negative delta. That's what the opacity of the bubbles mean. If it's dark, that means heavy delta, positive or negative. If it's light, where you can almost see through it, that just means it's light delta, positive or negative. That's all that is. That's all that is, folks. You ain't doing very much, just sitting here. I think I finally fixed the issue of order flow bars data being disappearing. If you are not on the version right here, order flow bars right here. If you're not on version 1.0.0.5, you need to update. I'm updating this stuff constantly. I'm updating constantly, and you really need to check for the updates. What is do- what's up there, girl? Come see. Hey, you can leave the door open. You can leave the door open. Yeah, go ahead and leave it open. I don't care. Yep, that's good. Uh, I'm getting ready to wrap it up anyways. Yeah. Talking to my daughter. She came into the office to hang out, I guess. Uh, yeah, like that 12 right there, that opacity right there was kind of light. So that's telling you it's light positive delta. That's what that means. I need to put out a video and explain all this stuff. I think I have. I need to update that video. Yeah. We got about 4 minutes to 350 algo kicks in. They probably won't do very much, I guess. We haven't moved. There's not going to be much money shuffling around. What I've been thinking about with this DOM right here, what I've been thinking about with that is kind of like show it how I have it here with the prints when it prints, when orders get executed, like right here, like you have the histogram bid and histogram offer right up in here. And then when it actually prints right here, they're only, it's just printing very little, very low volume. Nothing's going on. And have it show in between here as well. So I have two little small columns right there with the prints that actually get executed, and then after a minute they just kind of fade away. Uh, that's what I've been thinking about. I don't know if that'll be useful or not. I use it on the DOM, so it might actually be. Well, actually, but actually, now that I'm thinking about this, I'm looking at the DOM and I'm looking at the live pulse. What what I was really thinking about, this would be really cool, is have this right here, have the profile right here, have the price right here, kind of like have everything set up right here, like just imagine having the DOM like right there, boom, on side of the pulse, and you can just see everything. And then you can have an option inside the user settings what you want to see, the volume profile, the bid, the ask, the delta, kind of think of it having it like right there. And you click clear, kind of like having everything where it kind of builds everything out. I don't know. I mean, so far I've had like 150, I think 150 people download stuff. I've had 150 people create memberships to the site because it's free. Uh, so I'm going to need probably maybe 3 to 500 people before I can really start setting out polls, I guess, on the site. Just like there's your 350 algo kicked in. Um, have like a poll set up out on the site, like put together or draw out something, be like, hey, this is what I'm looking to do with live order flow pulse or even regular order flow pulse right here for the regular modes. Kind of like having a DOM, and you can just either show it or not show it in the user settings. All right, so we kind of sold off on the 350 algo, so we don't know what's going to happen. Uh, Ain't nothing going to really happen, to be quite honest, how until the rate decision comes out. Just remember, at 8:30 you got PPI. 8:30 you got PPI. You got red folder event. Now what are we going to do? Travel back up? That was really thin volume sell off. If you look at that, that was pretty thin volume. Yeah, 27. Well, I think I fixed the memory leak on the order flow bars indicator. It was actually being caused. It 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 wasn't. I didn't really notice it until I actually started using the level 2 for the order flow pulse, and then it exacerbated the situation on the order flow bars indicator. Even though one is an indicator and the other one's an add-on, and they really don't talk to each other. But it just exacerbated the situation because it's within the NinjaTrader ecosystem. And with NinjaTrader, when a chart gets overwhelmed, let's bring this over. So when a chart gets overwhelmed, okay, basically what I had for order flow pulse, it wasn't the performance wasn't that good. I had it good enough so where it was working, but then it would overwhelm the NinjaTrader system to a point because all this stuff, all this heat map stuff, all this heat map stuff just takes up resources until I refactor the code and start using the GPU and just pre-render a bitmap and use the GPU, the graphics card, to do all this. Um, it just takes up a lot of resources, and so what I've had to do was I had to refactor the code and get the performance good for the order flow pulse. But what happens is the NinjaTrader will start it was mainly because of the level 2, because it just updates constantly so much. Uh, it would actually overwhelm the system, and it would reset the whole chart right here, and then nothing would show up. But also there was an issue of me not caching certain brushes where I'm painting onto the chart, uh, drawing the graphics on the chart basically. Uh, and once I cached that one brush and where I could reuse it hundreds or thousands of times, it got better. And then I refactored the code on the order flow pulse here to only get the market data in the level 2 one time for one instrument and then reuse it. Uh, yeah, so that's it. And also the order flow pulse. For some reason, order flow pulse, I had it. I didn't put the condition in there. The order flow pulse, I mean, you can move the wind around pretty easily. But before, after a while, it would kind of be hard to do because with the order flow pulse, it was getting like 500,000 ticks of historical data. Uh, you don't show it there. And it's not needed for the overflow pulse. It's needed for this right here, but not for the live pulse mode. So the performance seems is a lot better. As you can see, we're kind of rallying up a little bit around about 5 minutes to the close. We're kind of rallying up, and we're kind of rallying down. Up, down, up, down. Okay. But this is able to keep up pretty easily. I mean, all these prints right here, all these bubbles are within the volume within 100 milliseconds. It's just cranking it up. Uh, so I might switch it to 200 milliseconds. We had a sell imbalance right up at top. I'll tell you what I really like to see is when we rally up, when we kind of push up. When we push up a little bit and you see a sell and bounce up at the top on a green candle and it closes below the sell I mean, when you see a buy imbalance and it closes below it and you're like, oh, absorption, and then we start trickling back down. That's really nice to see. I wonder if I can find any here. Uh, not really. No. Yep, right here. Okay. This is what I like to see. This is pretty cool. So you had green bar, green bar, green bar. You had 3 green bars. Boom, you're above the order flow moving average bar. Right here, this bar right here. Let me bring this up a little bit more. This one right here. This right here. We were moving up. We opened up right here and we moved up. We had a buy and balance, okay? And that buy and balance is right there at the high. So you have a buy and balance. So you have more buyers and sellers. But we moved down and we closed below that buy and balance. Okay. That right there is showing me absorption of the more buyers than sellers. So when you do that, you can get in on the break of this low right here and probably scalp yourself out in a good moving market. Not like today. Today just sucks. But in a good moving market, you might be able to get yourself like 10, 15, 20 point move on the downside. But you got to be careful because you're moving up on the order flow bar moving average. On the order flow bar moving average, you're sloping upwards and you're counter trend trading, but you're looking for the bounce back to the moving average. And you got it slightly there. I mean, I don't know how much it was, probably 5 points because it's just been a crap day. Yeah, 5 points. So it's just a crap day. But on a nice moving day and you see something like that, yeah, you can go ahead and short it and put your stop up there and try to get yourself a 1 for 1. All right, 2 minutes. I'm gonna shut it down in 2 minutes. I need to get the moving average on the order flow pulse. I really need to get the moving average up here. I want to get it to the point where I'm not even looking at the charts over here. I'm only looking at the order flow pulse on a 1 minute and a 5 minute. I want to get it order flow pulse looking so where I don't even have to use the 5 minute right here. I just use the order flow pulse 5 minute, and then we go from there. So I basically want to just trade with only using maybe 3 windows, maybe the live pulse, maybe, I don't know, I really can't trade off of this, um, but yeah, that's what I really wanna do is just be able to trade off the order flow pulse, be able to know I already got my stacked imbalances. There's a little bit more logic in there that I added to the pulse, than on the other indicator. This add-on's got a little bit more to it, uh, that's why they show up different. They're still doing diagonal, imbalances. But there's a just conditions that I have set that I used to trade when I traded the footprint charts. Oh, it's going crazy, ain't it? All right. All right. I'll be back at tomorrow, FOMC meeting tomorrow. Remember, 8:30, you got PPI at 8:30, red folder event. At 8:30 at 2 o'clock, you got FOMC meeting. We're going to be streaming that. We're going to be seeing what the old fart pal is going to say. We will talk to you later. Have a good one.